Back to the channel and welcome to this live stream where we're going to be hosting and roasting Automobilista 2 races and Fanboys. Will people be able to beat us in their own favourite simulator? I don't think they will, to be honest. We're going to be checking out the latest content in the latest update. The newest update. The game-changing update, like every other update. We've already gone through some of the LMDH cars. Glorified supercars for endurance racing, and we also need to do some GT3, whatever they are now. But whatever's new, we're going to be doing it. Should be nice. It's going to be a nice chill stream. Hello, Mina Yas. How's everyone doing? How's it going? I've been testing stuff out in VR myself. Got my headset here. We're currently working through this so I can do a review on it. Really good. I know, well, you know, it's bound to happen. The only way is up. You just woke up. That means you are woke, yeah? We're all woke. I'm not woke. I'm broke. I don't know. I don't care anymore. Don't care anymore. Do you think we'll do Daytona this year? Maybe. We'll have to see when it happens, won't we? It's possible. It's entirely possible. Right, let's get AMS2 server up here so you guys can join in. You filthy AMS2 drivers that you are. Hello, Mitcha Hund. How's it going? It's a mighty beard. I've been trimming it. I'm happy with this length. I need a beard trimmer that keeps it at this exact length, because any longer is too long and start looking like a pirate. I need something that does the mustache at a different length as well. It's the Quest 3 with the head strap up with the head strap on it. It's really good. Look at that. Look at the reflection. Woo, VR. Whoa, into VR you go. Looks cool with the reflection. Looks like the future. It's the future there. It's not a perfect headset. Have I lost weight? No, it depends what the camera angle is. And it depends what colour shirts I wear. Don't know. I like changing my weight. It's really weird. I'm always fat. I'm like a chameleon of weight. It's really weird. Genuinely, it's really weird. Because I watch videos of myself because I'm a weirdo. And I watch some videos, and I'm like, oh, look pretty. I don't look too obese in that one. And then I watch another video, I'm like, Jesus, what's going on there? So it's just shirts. It's just shirts, trousers, and camera angles. We never bash AMS2 here. I don't know what we're talking about. We're not doing VR for this stream. I got a VR profile set up, though. Check this out. Got a VR profile set up so I can live stream in VR. I'm well on it, I am. I've got a problem with the Quest 3 with AMS2 or with Airlink. I bought a cable so I can do link cable. Problem is my router's upstairs 2 floors. Though my house is like made out of cardboard, so it still works, but it's a little bit flaky. How's the elbow? Oh, it's a bit bad. I'm still trying to work out ways of where I can get around the whole tennis elbow thing. Probably by not driving. First of all, what I need to do is turn down my force feedback. Also, I mean, doing a 12. Well, we did like a 13-hour New Year live stream. That wasn't good. We need to not do that. Shorter live streams. Right, I'm going to put this down. The default force feedback down, and then we can turn it down on the wheel as well. Why damping's so high? By default. This hasn't reset the settings, has it? Because I've played in VR. I hope not. I haven't fully decided who the winner of 2023 is yet. We got the shortlist, and then we got 5 people to pick from. Tim Hanley, what's up? I found the link cable was 100 times better. Yeah. Well, so I bought. I didn't buy the official link cable. I've bought the cable that you can plug a power cable into at the same time, which should have enough bandwidth to be pretty good. Like the official link cable is twice as much bandwidth, like 4 gigabits as opposed to 2.3. But to be honest, I think the only problem is Steam VR doesn't work with the link cable. Steam VR is only over Wi-Fi, which is annoying. Can Virtual Desktop use the link cable? The problem is I don't really want to buy another Wi-Fi router for down here. So also I think there's a separate issue with the computer having to encode for like Virtual Desktop and stuff. Which introduces, it's the same as like when you use OBS, it can have some stuff where if you're using a link cable, the computer has to do less compression. I do yoga every day, Karma Tax Collector. I do stretches every day. I already do stretches. I'm a man of stretches. Right, we're gonna do a Le Mans track. Yesterday was one of the worst days in your 28 years on this earth. Well, we can make it worse. Don't worry. It can only get worse. Let's put it on opponent settings. Hang on, did I just go to the right thing here? Yeah, human opponents. Well, that doesn't matter. Same class. There we go. And people can pick whatever they want. So we'll start with we'll do these Gen 2 GT3 cars. Let's try the McLaren, and let's do. Why not do the new track?
I am the champion of the
biceps. Thank you. Oh, actually, I need to turn this on. Thank you very much, biceps. Well, the goals for this year is to become a thought. So we have to do more sit-ups and push-ups. I can't do push-ups because of my elbow. We'll have to do more walking for now. Right, there we go. We're going to Ibiza. Woo! We're going to Ibiza. No, wait, we're not going to Ibiza, but right. What's it called in this? It's just called Le Mans. There we go. Oh, is this the Bugatti circuit? Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. Which is, in my opinion, Rigby. Well, I'll be doing some VR videos where I'll talk about this. The Quest 3, I think, is the best headset at the moment. Give or take. Right, it's not perfect. So the thing that annoys me in VR is the sweet spot issue. Always really annoyed me. And the Quest 3 with the strap, which is another 30 quid, and then it's another 30 quid for a cable, and then it's, you know, but like the lenses on the Quest 3, it's the same with the Quest Pro. You can't beat pancake lenses. They're a game chain. Oh no! I was going to try and do an echo. Game and muscle changer. We need to fix more GoXLR. We won't have a password to start with. Let's see if I can fix this without the game breaking. Right, there we go. Whoa! Game changer. There we go. We needed that. Right. Let's do like 4 laps. Is the Quest 3 a big upgrade? Yeah, it's a pretty big upgrade over the Quest 2. It's a huge upgrade over the Quest 1. The thing is, it's mostly from a Quest 2 to a Quest 3. The sweet spot's not that bad on a Quest 2, to be fair. But the clarity of the Quest 3 is so much better than the Quest 2. When you use them side by side, you're like, oh, no wonder the Quest 2 was giving me a headache. Because it's out of focus. James Lee. Well, that'll be for like over what? Presumably, if you use a link cable, it should be all right. But yeah, that's the problem with trees. Are like rain. It's very hard to compress. So anything over Wi-Fi will probably start having issues when you have that kind of fast flickering. It's like confetti. Yeah, well, the Quest 3 is not OLED, is it? Unfortunately, so it does. The image is a little bit washed out. Yeah, I would say if the Quest 3 had the Valve Index headphones and a slightly taller vertical, because I think the vertical field of view on the Quest 3 is actually lower than the Valve Index. The horizontal field of view is fairly similar. Yeah, I turned the brightness down. Yeah, I've done that. Because I was getting a headache with it on high brightness. I was like, why are my eyes melting? Yeah, I wouldn't buy HP Reverb now, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, price-wise as well, and convenience, it's hard to really recommend anything over a Quest 3, really. Right, let's get this server going. 4 laps. Custom, I don't really matter what date it is. 20, there we go, standing start. Let's have some light cloud. That'll do, won't it? For a start here, no password, anyone can get in. The dirty fanboys can get in. And the fangirls. Can't imagine any fangirls in this game though, come on. Let's be honest. Right. So, AMS2 is good in VR though, and the AI is good. I was just playing it in VR. There really isn't any other driving sims where you can jump in VR with passable AI, so that really helps with this. They have worse glare. I don't know. I've not found that, Joss, on mine. Well, maybe in some scenarios. Yeah, maybe the reverb, maybe not. Maybe the reverb has less glare, but then the sweet spot's worse on it. The thing is, the glare on the Valve Index is horrendous. So I got used to that. Like, the glare wasn't that bad on the Quest 2, to be honest, was it, really? I think the priority, because glare can be perceived as if it's just like, as if you're wearing glasses in the VR world, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know what you do. I don't know what the difference between gold rays and glare is. I think because you kind of get a mixture of both of them. Yeah. So by glare, you mean like yeah. No, let's say there's a white object on the screen. That white object, the luminance of that object will cause, like, in the very center of the screen, it's almost as if there's like a sort of ghostly glow in the center of the lens because of the way I think it focuses the light and then disproportionately focus. But it's not really a blob. I mean, it's not like you can't see the image anymore. Do you know what I mean? It's more like it's more analogous to the lens being a tiny bit fogged in the middle. But you can still see perfectly fine. I think I quite like the quality. I think you need OLED screens with Quest 3 would be perfect because I think the blacks aren't good enough. But on balance, I think the decisions they've made with the screens and the lenses with the Quest 3 are really, really good. I think I still find the Valve Index gives more presence I think it's the vertical field of view in particular. But then from a functionality standpoint, the clarity of the image on the Quest 3, it feels very natural, but with a lower field of view. Although I think it's a similar field of view, horizontal field of view as the Index, just slightly narrower. Do you think the contrast in I don't know, Tap. No, so the issue would be, the issue would be if you have a singular high contrast object on the screen. With an OLED, that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. Like, it just means that blacks are blacker. You can still get the benefit of blacks being actually black, and then the lighter stuff just not being as bright. So you can get the fundamental benefit of OLED is that blacks are jet black. And yeah, if you can have individual bright things, which would be point lights, but you don't have to have that. So you could design it so that you don't need that. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, I just I've just found, I think the Quest 3 is quite comfortable. Yeah, that's the main thing. Being able to look around, especially in a driving sim. So because I was just driving in VR with the Quest 3, and the problem with Valve Index, even loads of headsets, is that you get it set up, right, looks great, and then in a racing game, you're normally looking straight ahead, and in real life, you look straight ahead. You turn your head a tiny bit, and then you glance at your mirror as you're driving into a corner. You glance at your mirror to go, oh, is there a car on the inside? Or you glance at the rear view mirror. And with the Valve Index and other headsets, if you were to glance up like that, it would be blurred. And so your eyes are constantly having to go... Whereas with the Quest 3... Yeah, I agree, Joss. It's a shame. Or even like a better video through... It's getting it. Yeah, even like some of the video through USB, I don't know. The Quest 3 looks alright with compression, but it depends how much compression.
Okay.
I have for some reason when I play AMS2, when I play AMS2 on the Quest 3 using Steam Link, it looks like a real player video from the 90s.
And you're not.
Hell no, yeah. Well, these are crap. Like, right. What were they think? Right, Oculus, Facebook made some really weird decisions. I mean, I guess you've got this thing here. But, like, why not just do the side strap thing? I know you can actually wrap this around, but why not just do the side? Like, I think they really struggled with the Quest 3 to get the cost down as much as possible, because the device, from a lens and screen and webcam, like, look at the price of the Apple VR headset, and I don't think the Quest 3 is that far off what that delivers, to be honest. But I'll tell you a dumb thing. I'm doing a video of the 5 worst and 5 best things about Quest 3. The bloody vibration in this is crap. And right, so I'm not under NDA, so I can say this. I had a chance to use the prototype touch controllers. You know when Facebook first did hand controllers, the first touch controllers for the CV1 when they were in development, right? And basically, I think they worked with someone from Microsoft, or they used the same. I don't know if it did. It felt like it used exactly the same force feedback motors that the Xbox 360 controller had in it. The weight motor. And it felt so much better for like shooting games and actions and stuff. Like, it felt so much better. Like, it felt like an Xbox controller vibration. And it was so good for immersion. It's the same with the Steam Deck. Like, we've got these piezoelectric vibrators in here, like mobile phone vibrators, and yeah, they use less power, which is, great, but they're shit. There really is a massively shit thing. The problem is, people have not got a comparison, so they don't realise. Oh, the other thing with these Quest controllers is the angle of them is wrong. So if you're holding this like this, right? If you're holding it like a gun, the guns are up. You have to point down like this to get the gun to go flat. Like they need to angle the guns in the game so that the guns are pointing off. Like, so if you're holding it like this, that's the top of the gun. The problem is every shooter you play, they don't, a load of the games don't allow you to change the angle of the guns, which you can on PC shooters. It's so weird. Like, it's like so obvious. It's the first time I played it, I was like, oh, this is stupid. I don't know how stuff like that gets through testing. It's really like stuff where the moment you pick it up, it's like, why? Do you know what I mean? I think other people's brains are operating differently or something. So I know there's like a million things. It's very complicated, but it's strange what people don't notice. Yeah, so the really nice thing with VR, with driving and flight, is you really notice movement. We're using fixed setup here. You really notice movement much more than you do in 2D. See. Car debate. Yeah, I think you can in pistol whipped as well, and in you can in Pavlov on the PC version. It's just the native versions of games. It's the future. Well, it is amazing. I mean, I was driving in VR, as I say earlier. Driving in VR, and it's just like, oh my god. I don't know how people can like drive on screens and then be like, wow, VR, it's a gimmick. It's like, it's incomparable. Like, it's convenient driving on a screen, and driving on a screen is better for content. So, like, any YouTuber, 100% drive on the screen. But if most people play what? They play a driving sim for what? An hour? Maybe 2 hours an evening, an hour and a half, 2 hours. That's probably the maximum that the vast majority of people are going to be playing a driving sim for. Well, if you're doing that, why would you not do it in VR? It's so weird. Like, and then you've got the triple screen thing where people are like, oh, triple screen for immersion. It's like, what? Like, I get it. Triple screen's great. It's great for expos. You can see stuff. It's more comfortable than a VR headset in a way. And it's fine. And, you know, you can have a rig that's triple screen. I get it. Like, I understand it. But if your goal is immersion, VR is the only way you feel like you're sat in a car. So it's really weird. I personally, I'd be like, single screen for absolute convenience, works fine. Play driving games as a game, like enjoy racing. It does the job. Like a 120 Hz OLED is amazing, and you're playing it as a game, and it's great. The functionality is fine. And then if your goal is to be the end game of immersion, VR headset. Beer Junkie, you can't go 5 minutes without wanting to throw up in VR. Yeah, I have weirdly, I actually have an ear condition, or like, I don't know if it's an ear condition. Something's wrong with me where I'm dizzy all the time. I have like motion sickness all the time. But weirdly, when I do go-karting or VR, unless it's like flying upside down, it's fine. So I'm like back to front. Maybe like I need that. Maybe I need like the high intensity. I don't know. Yeah, being sick in motion sick's terrible. I get motion sick from 2D games, screen stuff like well bad. So it's horrible. Yeah, I saw that kind of debate. I think it's overrated. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. I don't like those injectors. We're back to bloody Vorpex times. It does feel right. It really does feel to me like Quest 3 is like we've gone back to DK2 era. Like there's like a whole bunch of new people coming to it and they've forgotten about the original VR stuff, which is really weird. It hurts your eyes. Well, what headset are you using though, Caterham F1? So I find VR hurts my eyes when the headset's not a very good headset, or it's like a blurry headset, or the sweet spot's not well, or the headset's not in your face nicely. As the VR headsets have got better quality, larger sweet spot, I've found VR comfort has gone up massively. Yeah, LFM and AC is fantastic. Yeah, well, Quest 3 is really good, and some of the newer headsets. The thing that I like about the Quest 3 is that it's... No, I know it's not Vorpex, but it's back in the same territory. In the sense that if you used Vorpex early on, and you'd have to set up every single game, and then you'd have to fiddle around with shit, and then, you know...
Mind the gap.
No, I've got the whatever this one is at the moment. The Bobo's not in stock. It's the Desk Tech. Have you seen that other headset? The other head strap called the Poodoo. It's a good head strap, that one. To be fair, actually, for if you were playing, yeah, it's fine. I will get the other one when they're in stock. What? For anyone reading, trust him not on UEVR? What do you mean? What do you mean don't trust me? I've not said anything. I've just... You just missed the point of what I was saying. Like, it depends where you are with VR. If you're someone that likes... You know, you like dicking around with stuff, and you don't mind putting on a headset and taking it off, and you don't mind some movement being a bit weird. Yeah, but it's still not... They're not native VR games. So like, I'm not saying it's terrible. Like I played loads of games with the... do you remember, the Dolphin emulator? And that you could inject VR into that, and it was really good fun. Like Mario, Zelda, Mario, NHL hits and stuff with like VR and even 2D stuff. It's fantastic, but it's not... So you have to like remember that people that are coming to VR that are prone to motion sickness, just putting the headset on and off, just focusing on little menus, also having to select stuff, also knowing to get profiles. No, I've watched long videos on it, so I know exactly what you can do. I know you can attach the camera to wherever you want and do whatever you want with it, but it's still not a native. You know. It's like the difference between AC and buying a console game. Like, yeah, the fact is you can do a lot with AC, but it's not a plug and play thing, is it? So for a lot of people that are new to VR or coming to it, it's a fiddle. It's just it's another thing to have to. You do have to know a lot. Power wash simulator. Can't do it. Yeah, I think higher frame rates are good for comfort. Yeah, for sure. Server's filling up here. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of variables for motion sickness. Headset warmth, headset on your how it's on your face, weight of the headset. The sweet spot size, frame rate, field of view, smell of even the smell. God, do you guys remember when the DK2 when you first got it? It smelled so bad. There was some like glue on it. It just made you want to throw up. Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice update to AMS2. It's a nice, good quality version of the track. Horse glue, yeah. It's Zuckerberg's bathroom oil. You definitely notice with the, so the higher frame rate thing, you definitely notice with when you're playing games like 11 table tennis, if you play it at lower frame rates, it's really hard to like track the ball because you see intervals of the ball. When you play it on higher frame rates, everything's just smoother and it makes more sense. You'd like to play Hitman, yeah. I think it's a bit janky. I thought of a really good AR game, guys. I shouldn't really say it because I was actually tempted to make it. But I'll tell you guys, it's super simple concept. Quest 3, augmented reality game. Basically, the game's called Escape the Dinosaur. And it's literally, there's like a velociraptor and you have to not get eaten by it. And the game obviously like you scan the environment around you, either your house or outside, and then you have to like hide from it, sneak around, not make noise. And that's it. Like, that's literally, and it always gets you eventually. But I think it'd just be like an amazing, like simple thing for the game, like Escape the Dinosaur. Kids would love it. You'd have to be like sneaking around, and you could have. So let's say it's you can't do proper room scanning, and that's too complex for the AI and everything. Let's say you just played it in a field. What you could have is there's virtual objects that you hide behind. So you're playing it in like an open space, like an outdoor field or tennis court or something. But the game places boxes and things that you can hide behind and crawl under to get away from it. It could be infinitely big if it's outside. Yeah, basically, it's just Jurassic Park Velociraptor. I was just thinking that would actually be a fantastic, really. Well, if you made it really slow paced, and you put an emphasis on the audio, so that you'd hear the dinosaur's footsteps, and it'd be like it's just like a really sneaky type of game. I think that'd be really good. Yeah, but you wouldn't Rocky Road. You wouldn't necessarily have to have it as a locomotion thing. You could have it so that it's a stationary game as well. But the point you would develop the game with the idea that it's an outside game, primarily as the initial proof of concept. But you could have it as a manual locomotion thing. I think you'd be surprised. I think with the Quest 3, there will actually be quite a lot of people that do want to play outdoor stuff on it. Yeah, I'd stick loads of like references to Jurassic Park in it. I think it'd be fun, and you could develop a basic prototype of it in like 2 days using Unity or Unreal. No, it's not waterproof. I feel like Meta hasn't really advertised the Quest 3 very well. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think they're selling well, so maybe they have. But there's a right. I am pretty sure of it that the Quest 3 or whatever the next, or the Quest Lite or whatever the next headset is, or even this or the next headset. I can totally see it being like the next Nintendo Wii, in that I think everyone would just have one. Like, kids would be like, if it gets to like £300, which would be next Christmas basically, a Quest 3 could be £350, everyone would just have one because they'd be like, oh, well, why not? Why wouldn't you have one? It gets that point. I think VR's its own audience. It's really strange that a lot of people get stuck into what they're used to, so they don't really realise when paradigms start changing. I haven't seen it. What's Pacific Drive? What's that? Why is it that it feels like the brakes don't work in AMS2 compared to like other sims? Why? Compared to like ACI Racing, R Factor 2, it feels like you're not slowing down. Like, and if you do brake harder, it locks up. Maybe. I mean, I'm not doing 100% brake. Don't know if that's my. Let's rebind the brake. I think I reduced that though to stop it from locking up. That could be true, Tabs. Yeah. It's really strange. How do you set the brake? Is that an upper dead zone? Brake dead zone. Brake sensitivity. I don't think there is. I'm worried that if I if I tab out of this, the game's gonna. Right, we'll see. I might have to reset the server. We'll see. Do my housing build settings. Oh, what's the housing build pedal app called? Oh, here it is. I couldn't find the icon. Right, fingers crossed. No! AMS2. It's like, look at this. This is like this is what it does. You can't. It breaks when you alt tab off it. I'm gonna have to restart the server, guys. Sorry, I knew this was gonna happen. It doesn't do it every time. It's really weird. There's no way out of it, like. Stupid bug. Got to reset the server, guys. Huge error. Yeah, I don't think it's coming out anytime soon. Well, I'm going to reset the server, guys. Oh no, you shouldn't really have alt tab issues. We could probably run the game windowed actually. Come to think of it. Oh, the worst thing with the Quest, guys. Oh my god, right. If you have 2 accounts on it, right. So first of all, only one account can be the admin account. And that's the account that it shares the admin. What games you have in the admin account can be accessed by any other account on the device. But only one account can be an admin account. You can't share from other accounts if they buy stuff on other accounts. Doesn't make any sense. Right? If you want to change the admin account, you have to factory reset the headset. So you can't You can't just go, oh, okay, well, I want this other one to be the admin account because we changed things around. No, factory reset, and then you have to reinstall every single game and you lose everything on the device. And right, if you have two or more, if you have if you have more than one account on your headset, every time you take the headset off, every time you put it back on, you have to press a button saying select account. And they've had this has been a problem since the Quest 2. And it's so dumb. So, and I only found this out because I have two accounts, because I've got a press account and a personal account.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, it's so stupid. So dumb. Like, such idiotic. It's the kind of thing you'd expect from, you know, large company and lack of communication. Right, I'm going to make another server, guys. And we'll make quality a bit shorter, so.
I am the champion of
Oh,
the
thank you, Craigs. Welcome along.
Has AMS2 had another game-changing update or something?
Yeah, every day is a new game-changing update day. Right, server's back up, guys. Sorry about that. Alt-tab to death. Yeah, other headset is an OLED PC VR one. Buy another one. It's always, but just buy another one. Do different VR beers, Junkie. Do different VR headsets stress computers out at different levels? Yes and no. No, generally, but yes in some ways. By the way, guys, click the like button if you're watching on YouTube. Do you want to support us? I think it helps makes people more aware of the stream. So, resolution of the headset and what resolution you play your game at is more demanding for your computer. Some headsets, so like Oculus has its own sort of, if you're playing on a PC using an Oculus headset, it has its own like compositor thing, which is slightly more efficient than Steam VR, for example. So you could say, or it works, it's not too different now, but it used to be that Oculus headsets you'd get better frame rates with an Oculus headset, only a few, but like, it'd be a little bit better than with the Valve headset. But it depends on the game. Some games would work better. If it was like a Half-Life Alyx, it works better with a Valve or HTC Vive. But yeah, so yeah, but not really. It's more the thing with the headsets is more just if you have a high resolution headset, it will tend to require a faster computer. I guess you could say if you're using stuff like AirLink instead of a link cable, you probably want a slightly faster computer, because the computer has to convert the image into a compressed thing to send over the network, so that has a load on it. Whereas if you're just going to plug a cable in through HDMI, it's going through like as if it was going to a monitor. Your computer doesn't have to do anything extra to it. Hello, Thapcorn Tantran. Hello. Yeah, the compression adds some stress to your computer. But the thing, so graphics cards from a 20 series graphics card and above generally has the capacity to do like a 4K 120 hertz compressed image. That's why like all the HVNC encoding is basically built onto the chip, and it can do 4K 120 basically for nothing. So like for this, for example, you can use that when recording with OBS, but it's also used for stuff like Steam Link or casting, or a whole bunch of things can use it. But like for example, right now I'm recording at 1440p. I'm encoding a stream to YouTube, and we're also encoding a stream to Twitch, and that's all using the stuff on the 3080. Yeah, well, so the thing with the Valve Index, it is I'd say overall it is mostly my favourite headset still. I think the Quest 3 might beat it out with a strap and stuff. If you mod a Quest 3, I think it beats out the Valve Index. Valve Index just has a better head strap and it is slightly more immersive, but the functionality and the resolution of the Quest and newer headsets is quite a big jump. It's the thing with high resolution VR headsets is once you've got used to a high resolution VR headset, it's really hard to go back to a low resolution VR headset. Hello, Neoland. So even when a lot of the other aspects of a headset are better, it's exactly the same as if you use an OLED screen and then try going back to an LCD. Like once you've experienced a better quality image and you've got used to that, it's because I think for a lot of people, or for anyone, a lot of it is quite a subconscious process, and so you just get used to it, and so you only really notice when you use the worst thing. It's bloody weird. Like I go to like family or other people's houses, and they have motion smoothing on their TV, right? And it looks terrible, and they're totally unaware. They don't care, and I'm like, how can you not? The actors are accelerating and de-accelerating, and then there's like compression artifacts when they move. It's like, how can you not see that? How does that not give you like an aneurysm? I don't know what's wrong with people. How do they not notice these things? Are they like brains soggy or something? Well, they probably are. Everyone's brain's a bit soggy. Mine's dried out. It's calcified. No, like, so you have to think for most VR, most games have got stuck since Project Cars 2. Basically, most stuff's got stuck. Oh, box, yeah, square box on a wide screen. Oh my god. Yeah. I mean yeah, once you use OLED, you just can't not use OLED. Like you're just like it. When you look at an LCD screen, like even, this is one of the things I find with the Quest 3. Hello, Race Beyond Matter. How's it going, man? When you're using the LCD screen, and it's just like, why does it look washed out? It looks like a sun-damaged image. It's really weird. Yeah, yeah. That's a nice thing with the Quest 3 actually, and the Steam Deck is you can switch between games and close stuff really quickly. Windows is absolutely terrible at task switching and hibernation. It's unbelievable how much Microsoft have dropped the ball on like one of the most basic things you would expect from a modern computer. And also, perceptually, it makes your computer feel way faster. So when I'm using Linux or on the Steam Deck, it feels like it's faster than a £3,000 PC, purely because you can switch between stuff instantly. And you can hibernate instantly. It makes such a big difference. You have 3 Sony 4K LED TVs, you're very happy with them. Yeah. Well, the thing is, if your hobby is largely computer gaming, it's not that expensive compared to like real world stuff. Like, let's say you just do archery as a hobby. you're going to spend like 2 or 3 grand on equipment that you're only going to use for a few hours a week. Whereas if you buy like a nice, you could spend 10 grand on a PC and that'll last like 5 years of daily use. So just use my links when buying, guys, that's all. Yeah, never try a gaming monitor. Never try anything with a high frame rate. You'll be fine. Their VR, what do you mean? Their which part of their VR? Are you on like the Steam link or? Yeah, I always found Oculus's compositor worked better than Steam. And Windows was the worst. It was like Windows mixed reality, Steam, and then Oculus. Probably because Oculus has Carmack Genius behind it at some point.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh yeah, if you use non-native stuff, yeah, it's got to go through other layers. So yeah, that'll always be slower. Thanks for following, appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube, thanks for clicking the like button. The thing I find with the VR that's a bit strange is just the lack of simple but well thought out VR games. There's like, it seems, so you get a lot of VR developers complain. They're like, oh, there's not enough people to sell the game to. Thanks for subscribing. Oh, it's so hard to make money from VR games. It's like, yeah, it is. It's a smaller audience, and the lots of aspects of VR is more complicated than a 2D game in many ways, right? But you know that Steam, what's that game? You know the Steam demo thing, the Valve VR demo thing, where you've got the 2D archery game, where you've got to shoot the guys and they're trying to get to the door. Part of the labs, right? Why has nobody just made that as a full game? Like, all you have to be is like a person that's at a vantage point, no movement. You can basically be stationary, or you could even teleport to different locations, but you could be stationary, and you just have to shoot different targets with a bow and arrow with this cartoony style of graphic, or, you know, a pleasant cartoony style, and then 20-30 levels, score saving, have some nice music in there, put a bit of plot in there, you know, like a silly humorous plot about you having to you know, some like fair maidens being captured and you have to rescue them, but the maiden's actually ugly and you don't want to be capturing them, but you have to because otherwise, you know, you could make a silly story. You could sell that game for £15. You could have the, I say, like 20 levels, quite simple levels. You're not, you know, not huge levels, like the labs level. 20 of those with some different stuff that you can shoot to activate in the levels. A survival mode, and you could also have a co-op mode where you have a friend with you on the platform, and you're also doing the same thing. And a bunch of different arrows. It's what that's a type of game that a 2 or 3 person dev team could develop in 6 months, and that's the type of thing, that's the sort of scale that a developer should be working on when you look at the size of the VR audience, and you look at all the successful VR games that actually work financially. It is that. It's like Beat Saber, 11 Table Tennis. Pavlov, it started out, you know, it's just it was just one person doing a simple, a pretty basic deathmatch clone. So I think, like, people try and basically make AAA VR games instead of going, oh, hang on, it's VR. The actual movement and controls are really, really engaging. The game can actually be a lot more simple. yeah, exactly. That's the other thing. Exactly, Ale Gunner. It's insane that they don't. You imagine GoldenEye. Just GoldenEye. You could effectively remake GoldenEye, and you can do stuff like that quite easily in Unity. You use a basic VR interaction model. Use simplistic aiming and shooting and reloading. Nothing too complicated. and just do effectively like a GoldenEye clone. That's actually quite an easy get, like, because you don't have to actually be on the forefront of tech. That's not that hard of a game to make now. Yeah, keep the graphics really minimal. Exactly. Yeah, I'm not saying do it. Literally the same graphical fidelity, same number of weapons. That's the kind of thing that now, using Unity or Unreal, a development team of 3 people could develop in about a year and a half. I mean, if you, yeah, it's I don't know what's going on with VR developers where they like feature creep themselves. They like forget that they're already in a medium that's actually really quite complicated. So you don't need it to be a complicated game. Ray Pope. So for the weight of the guns in VR, first of all, I do kind of agree with you, but I think pistols are actually really, really fun. More fun than rifles in a VR game. So I don't get why there isn't pistol-dominated sort of VR sneak-em-up shooter, because it's the most obvious thing to do. I mean, there's pistol whip, but that's got its own problems. But what works really well for like heavier guns in a VR game is the animation of the gun is slightly disconnected from your movement. So when you move, it doesn't. If you move quickly, the gun has like it has like inertia to it, and that actually does a really good job of conveying the weight of a weapon in an abstract way that makes sense and also balances well with gameplay. Some games do that quite well, some don't do it at all. Yes, there's a big problem in VR where a lot of developers that do VR, they struggle with understanding abstraction, and they want to do everything literally. It's the same problem that you get in driving sims, where and sim players, because VR has a literal form of interaction, and the idea and marketing behind VR is, it's you know, it's just like reality, it's virtual reality. So it attracts people that have no imagination and no capacity to understand that it's still not reality, and you still have to abstract things to actually get a better end result. So as a result, you have all these VR games where they feel terrible to play. Yeah, Half-Life Alyx is amazing. Half-Life, I've played some really good versions of Half-Life 2 in VR. I think so. Half-Life Alyx is a really good game in and of itself, but the gun mechanics and the general gameplay in Half-Life 2 I think is better. Half-Life Alyx feels like it was rushed out a little bit. Yeah, no, I played like one of the first versions of Half-Life VR. I bought Razer Hydra controllers. when they DK2 and someone hacked hand controller support into Half-Life 2 with the Razer. I think I did a video on it. This is like 9 years ago. The Razer Hydra controllers were so bad. I mean, they kind of worked, but yeah, I've seen the newer stuff tabs. Yeah, it's a lot better. I tell you what's really weird with Half-Life 2 is a lot of this stuff they did in Half-Life 2 to make it a better first-person shooter on PC with your mouse and keyboard translated really well to VR. So basic stuff, not necessarily basic, but like the lighting of the characters' eyes, the way the characters look at you, and the NPCs turn to look at you, and the animations of when they're talking. They're so detailed in Half-Life 2 that you could miss it on a 2D screen. But when you play it in VR, it's even more apparent that detail they put into it. It's really good for VR. Right. Get ready. I don't think I've played Into the Radius. I have to check it out. Yeah, a Dead Space game would be good. I don't know. I don't understand with Dead Space, the original one, why they put the camera over the player's shoulder. This really annoys me. Gears of War. I think it was Gears of War that maybe started. I don't know which game started it. Some popular game started this thing of having, it's a third-person shooter, and you put the camera over the character's shoulder on one side, but your character ends up blocking half the screen. So it's terrible, and loads of console games were doing it. It's like it would just be better first person or proper third person. Gears of War wasn't the worst, to be fair, because it had good cover mechanics and you could switch which side the camera was on, so kind of give Gears of War a pass. But yeah, maybe it was when Gears of War got really popular, everyone started copying it. Yeah, but the John in Dead Space, last time I remember playing it, your camera's so close to the character that you still can't really tell if someone's behind you. I get what they're trying to do, but it wound me up. Ed Nunn, thanks for subscribing. Welcome along. Click the like button, guys, on YouTube. We've got 240 viewers. They're all sad. They're all depressed. They're all AMS2 fanboy losers. And they're and only 83 likes. I mean, that's just pitiful interaction. I'll have to quit YouTube here. Right, here we go. Fixed setup. First race here. Hopefully this all works. Just here for the roasting, yeah. I'm roasting you like coffee beans. I'm roasting you like Starbucks coffee beans. I'm over roasting you. I'm over roasting you, so you're all bitter and taste harsh. Bloody Starbucks coffee bean roast. Ah, dear Starbucks. If you ever go to Seattle and you go to their test place and they're all like showing off the roasting, it's like the irony is that Starbucks coffee. I don't mind it, but it is shit, especially for its price. It's like. You can't be. It's worse than bog standard McDonald's coffee. So it's just funny that it's got the pretense behind it. All right, here we go. Bartek, that'll get you. That gets you sent to the gulag. That kind of talk. I mean, people will just think you've got some. People just think you've fallen off a motorbike and concussed yourself against a lorry bonnet when you type stuff like that. So you know. Well, I've set this. Look, I've set up a scene for VR. So I've been working on it, and then I've got a link cable for the Quest 3 on the way. So because I tried doing Steam Link and it doesn't work too well in where I'm sat. So it's happening, but I don't really want to do too many VR streams, to be honest. It's not really. I don't think it's very good for streaming. I do videos though. Here we go. Be careful, guys. Oh, hello. Car at the bum. Oh, nice grass. Well, so the VR stabilising will end up cropping the... it will end up cropping the view. What you really need is, you know, like the valve index output where it's kind of vertical, like a square, rather than it being a box, it's vertical, so like each eye, and then you want to crop the vertical, and you need to like process it rather than doing the crop way of filtering it. What you need is, you know how the those Panasonic cameras, you know how motion stabilization works in fancy cameras, where it takes the IMU data and then it applies that to an algorithm for the stabilization. Oh my god! That happened. Oh dear. Think he's dead, guys. Oh wow. He died doing what he loved. Driving 200 miles per hour into some Armco sideways. I just like in real life, I just kept driving into it. Huge error. AMS2 has the best crashes. Let's not do anything silly here, guys. There it is. Oi! Oi! You shit! Who was that? Who was that? Push me to the sand dunes. This is people. Our community is worse than AMS2 AI. They drive like AMS2 AI. Oh, here we go. Bloody calm your tits, guys. What are you doing? It's a straight track. Why do people struggle to drive in a straight line? Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure they're all bots. Yeah, and you have to be a bot to what? Where you going? What? What? Why did you do that? What was that? This is Carmageddon 2. He's a ninja detective. He was just finished watching Top Gun. So, now, I don't know. Some could argue that that was overly aggressive driving. It's debatable, though. He's just finished a course at the Max Verstappen School of Racecraft. Burnout takedown. Yeah, so, oh, where are you going? How do you crash in this game? It's got the cars are like the most.
I don't like
hello,
ACC,
Max.
but I do like the
most stable cars in sim racing.
So it's probably one of the.
You can catch a slide when you're driving in reverse in this.
The or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Guys, I had an accident. Was it my fault? Video footage of car flying in like a missile. I'm not sure if it was my fault, guys. I'm not sure. Where are you going? We need some electrodes on testes for this, just to calm people down. Well, if it's British commentary and it was Lewis Hamilton involved in the accident, they'd be like, no, it's definitely the other driver. The bias in Formula 1 of the British commentators, the bias in favour of Lewis Hamilton is so dumb. Or any British driver, it's not even Hamilton, it's like any British driver, they'd be like, it's clearly the other driver's fault. French, I don't know, find out for yourself. Yeah, find out for yourself. That's what I'm here for. I'm live streaming with the title we have for me to say find out for yourself, just as a troll. I've retired from reviewing this year. I no longer review anything. I've turned into a successful live streamer this year as part of my path of becoming a thought. So I'm not going to say anything critical about anything. I'm just always going to be positive and then blame myself.
The pace car is out of control.
It's the most skilled way of. Thanks for following and subscribing. It's how you grow a channel effectively. Oh, hello, hello. I can't turn if you're driving into me, just so you know. By the way, there is a car radar. We got away with that. It worked pretty well, actually. What a terrible streamer. I demand a refund of my time. I do like this track. Thanks to LFM, I bothered learning it. They both missed the corner. What are you guys doing? I could probably turn the graphics up here, actually. I mean, look, I've got coffee and tea. We're great. Which sponsor am I shilling? I don't have a sponsor. Well, we kind of have a half sponsor. We've got what's it called? Oh, I'm going to crash trying to find the logo. What are they called? Oh, here we go. Simstaff.net. There you go. That's kind of a sponsor. It's a half sponsor. Check out simstaff.net if you want to get a job in sim racing for events, or you're knowledgeable about setting up hardware. Check it out. They have jobs for people that want to work in the sim racing industry. Esports.
Mind the gap.
There you go. Free jobs. And I think they have jobs internationally as well. Why are all the best comedians dead? It's so depressing. Like, bloody Sean Locke, Norm MacDonald. Who else? They were all. Who's the one? George Carlin. They're all dead. All the best comedians are dead. Why? Apparently, if you're funny, you just die. God's like,
how dare you make jokes? You have made a funny comment, and you have a dark sense of humour that's observing and true. I will give you cancer.
What's that about? Why? Is that you're old? No, they all die young. I better not say anything funny. I'll be given cancer. That's how it works. It's the universe. Dave Chappelle's a bit dated, though. He's not. I think his sketch show stuff's good, but I don't think he's that good. His stand-up's not very good. Yeah, Bill Hicks. There you go. I mean, he would have been old, but he died young. Kay and Peely are good, and Conan. They're really good. So they're gonna die next. That's it. But even they I'm not making the corner. But we'll just pretend. I'll stay behind him. There we go. Thank you. I'll support some light. How do I find the new GT3s? They're alright. Yeah, they're drivable. Peter Kay. Yeah. James Corden's still alive. Oh, I'm a big fan of him. Such a legend. Wow. He comes up with the most witty things. Also, what's Jimmy Fallon? Ah, what a funny guy. Wow. Wow, aren't we lucky, guys? Aren't we lucky to have comedians of such talent? Yeah, Craig Ferguson was really good. I think he just retired, though, basically. No, but Monty Python, I mean, two of the Monty Pythons are dead, but it's a bit dated. It's from, like, the bloody 70s. But, yeah, there's a lot of good Monty Python sketches. No, Michael McIntyre's boring. Are you being sarcastic? I can't remember if it was my parents who was like, they're like, oh, we like Michael McIntyre, my mum. And I was just like, he's not bad. It's just, it's not good. It's like, Michael McIntyre is like the most anodyne, middle of the road. It's just do you know what I mean? It's just like, oh god, so like sickly and obvious. Yeah, Bill Bailey's good. Oh, Max Fosh is good. He's good. It's like, who's the blonde guy that does political stuff? The skinny blonde guy. What's his name? British. Yeah. No, not Josh. I don't think Josh Whittaker's that funny. No. The blonde skinny guy. Whoa, what am I doing? Why is it so... I think with AMS2, you know, if they made the track even more grippy, I think it would feel a lot better. Russell Howard. Yeah. Like, I think Russell Howard's probably a really nice guy. It's just... I don't think it's funny at all. It's like so, like... It's stuff I could write. That's just like... I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's impressive. He like works hard and he does a lot of content, so fair play. But it's not really, you know what I mean. We need more Sean Locks. They're so rare. Dave Gorman's good. Actually, genuinely comes up with really good stuff. There's actually original. Yeah, well, that's fine, Hell Knight. Well, you know, if it makes you feel better. Russell Brand's a bit of an idiot. Like, Russell Brand's just bloody annoying. So he has done like really funny stuff, and he does, even with his like weird shit that he does now. He like does. He comes out with funny stuff, but then he's like. He presents himself as if he's being skeptical and critical, but then he's not. He's massively inconsistent and latches onto like complete bollocks and then presents it as if he's giving an enlightened view. But it's like, no, it's like a weird, somewhat alt-right, somewhat like misunderstanding of the actual facts, and then presented as if he's like onto something that's, wow, it's privileged knowledge or fight the machine, but then what he says is not fighting the machine, it's actually in favour of the machine. It's so weird that he doesn't. I mean, I guess I don't know if it's money. I know he's a bit of a narcissist. I mean, who isn't? It's really weird. Like, what? It's. He doesn't need to be doing that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, he does do the old thing of being overly verbose for the sake of trying to sound like more eloquent to then try and make a thing out of it. But that's fine. I don't think that's necessarily a problem doing that, but he misses the point of a lot of stuff. It's ironic that he doesn't. So he's anti-establishment, and he's like he's in favour of like free will and wealth equality, but then he seems completely unaware that he's promoting establishment, like alt-right. A lot of alt-right stuff is actually establishment. It's like how Nigel Farage, for example, presents himself as like an underdog, you know, counter politician, you know, against the establishment. Oh, I'm for the common man. But all of like Nigel Farage's policies are basically like effectively sort of national socialist fascism. Or, well, not even that actually. It's just a continuation of like neoliberalism and wealth accumulation. But it's presented as if he's like not. They just have to gaslight, I guess, because people. It's really weird. No, I wouldn't say he is alt-right. We don't really have the same kind of alt-right stuff in the UK. But you notice certain themes and stuff that are just really weird ways of presenting things. Yeah, I try not to watch it now. But I say it's a shame because he does come out with quite funny stuff quite often. That was a good race. We got 5th place. We'll do another race. I'm gonna try a different car. Well, there was a little bit of punting going on there. We've got all the AMS2 fanboys in here, and they're not. They're unable to compete with us. What are they playing at? The left's gone to the extreme. What do you mean by that? I think you have extreme views on presented either way. This game handles like Forza. Well, you know, I think you get used to it. It is what it is. I think this handles better than the new Forza Motorsport. Well, Britain does a weird thing of copying America, but delayed. It's really strange. It's like, hang on a minute. We're not America, so like the same things don't apply. But then people watch like the American news media, or you know, follow Instagram, TikTok, or whatever, or you know, the Fox News narratives and whatever's going on, and then, or even stuff from the Democrats or like NBC or whatever, like those American issues get brought over to the UK. Like we had like some of the stuff with like the police force. Like the police, defund the police. We're like, hang on a minute, it doesn't really work like that in the UK. It's like that doesn't really make much sense. Yeah, I did come in. Well, you can't. You know, that's retribution, Edward. That's if you're not been on LFM, that's a 2-month ban. Rick, do you want to get on the server, guys? Game of Muscle 2. We're going to start a new session here. Let's try a different time of day. Yeah, well, it's weird because in the UK there is issues with racism towards black people. It's a big problem. But in the UK specifically, there's way more racism towards Indians and Pakistanis, and there's a lot less positive discrimination for Indian and Pakistanis than there is for like I don't know what the correct term would be, like people that are black. Like there's less. Yeah, there's like less things. There's less programs to offset it. So it's just, whereas in America, obviously it's weird in America, they seem to be totally fine with being racist towards Mexicans. Like, it's so selective. It's like so weird. I don't know, so weird. Right. Let's get this time set in here. Yeah, when I was growing up, the racism towards Pakistani friends I had was ridiculous. I've said this before. I used to play football, and people were so like I was really surprised, like because I grew up in a town where there was like 2 Indian people, so I wasn't really exposed to it at all. And then I went to like Leicester to play football and do sports. And people were so racist. It was just like they were like ridiculously racist, like insane racism, like in people's face racist, and then their parents would be racist, and I'm like, like, eh? It was just mental, like for no reason. Right. Why is no one in the server? What's going on here? Yeah, so it's weird that you can that gingers can be universally attacked by everyone as well, and that's just like accepted. I always thought that was a bit strange. Well, I'll just start the session here. I don't know if I should start a new server because I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why people joined and then quit. It's very weird. I'll make a new server. Sometimes the servers get disconnected in strange ways. There we go. Game of Muscle 3. Yeah, well, it might be banter, but you definitely noticed at school people would be overly abusive of people that were ginger, and like a lot of the time people don't mean it in a particularly mean way. They're, you know, but it is still like, you know, it grows on people. Like, it's going to affect someone if someone mentions the same thing over and over and over again. That's true. That might be true, King Carrot. I'm the one that's meant to be doing the roasting, not you. Come on, man. I'm doing the roasting. Bloody hell. Where's the race settings? What's going on here? Oh, because I'm not clicking on the right thing. Let's start at 5 in the morning. Let's have a little bit of drizzle in there. Sunny to drizzle to cloudy. No more British than that. Right, there we go. Start time 5 AM. We'll have time set. There we go. Get in there. Heavy rubber. This works on Steam Deck. Yeah, it works all right. If you're playing it on Steam Deck, you need to leave the... so there's an assist for counter steer correction, and it basically just... when the back steps out, it auto corrects it for you. Which you might think, oh, that's terrible, you know, it's an unrealistic assist. But actually, when you're playing it on a Steam Deck, it makes it playable. It works really well. It's a shame that if you ever play Project Cars 3, that had really good gamepad. Set up really well for gamepads. It was one of the best things in Project Cars 3. They interpolated the gamepad input to make it feel natural. It just played really, really well. Hello, Chedhead. But yeah, I think with the counter steer assist on, to be honest, AMS2 always feels like there's some kind of assist on even when you're playing with the wheel, even when it's turned off. I've got the Steam Deck OLED, and I was messing around with gyro controls and gamepad and mouse and a whole bunch of stuff. And even with all the assists off, it felt like it, and no force feedback, obviously, it feels like there's something a bit weird in this game. But I think. Flying Phoenix, you say adding grip will help, but I think it's only the mechanical grip. Oh yeah. I specifically just mean mechanical grip. Yeah, the aero with the LMDH, the aero grip's like really big. Weirdly, the cars have more grip off-road. When you do off-road driving in this, it's more grippy, or comes across that the tyre behaviour and the grip fall off on dirt feels more analogous to tarmac driving in a sense. I'm not quite sure what's going on with the way the tyres grip in this game. I think they've just had to do a lot of weird balancing to try and negate the you know, the there's handling characteristics. I don't know. It's a weirdly slidey game. And there's a real lack of sense of weight distribution when you brake and accelerate. But it's very forgiving to drive, runs nicely, AI is good, runs nicely in VR. I I still do get a bit motion sick tabs from camera moving around. Even on the Steam Deck. Alright. See. Mirror. Hang on. GT3s feel the same. 911 being most improved. Good thing or bad thing? I mean, I just think AMS2 is drivable. I find it more pleasurable to drive than ACC and Gran Turismo and Forza. I think ACC is generally more realistic. I find the cars just feel a bit simple, like in terms of weight distribution or how the cars respond to the pedals and steering. Feels a bit lacking in like subtlety. I don't know. Like if you play AC or R Factor 2, it just feels like you have. It just feels closer to a real car. And it feels those sims are just a lot closer to what real drivers felt like to me. So more sort of. More dance in the vehicle, but you know, force feedback's good in AMS2 though. Yeah, actually, I need to ask someone in chat. Have any of you guys used Steam Link for a long period of time, and what's the battery life experience been? Because I find with the Steam Deck, if you're playing the Steam Deck, I'm talking about the Quest here. If you're playing actual VR games on the Quest, the battery lasts about an hour. It's terrible. It's one of the worst things about it. But it lasts longer if you're doing casting. But then I'd imagine you probably get like about 2.5 hours out of it, but it's still not good enough. I was wondering what other people had got out of it if they were using virtual desktop and what have you. I'm using the Moza Formula rim at the moment. Use a link cable. Oh yeah, I've just bought one of the. I've just bought that cable which has the adapter for the separate charge. Yeah, it might just be my mic picking up the shifters. I can shift quieter. You can get little damper things to make it not be as clicky. I find it really annoying when I watch live streams and all you can hear is clicking. It's like being in a room with someone typing. It's so annoying. But when you're doing it yourself, it's all right. The right shifter's quieter than the left shifter though. Nismo, yeah, mate. Well, I don't. So the thing with Forza Motorsport, last time I played it, is that it's floaty. It's so vague. It's so vague in its handling. That's the best way I can describe it. So AMS2's forgiving. When you turn the force feedback, so yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think part of it is force feedback. Because the nice AMS2's force feedback gives it more of a sense of bite because it's quite decisive force feedback. But even when you're driving quickly in Forza, the cars are like always floating around. It's just... The thing is, if you've never driven in a real car around a racetrack, maybe you wouldn't notice so much. AMS2 tyres, the slick tyres in AMS2 drive more like slightly worn out road tyres. They don't behave. So I mean, Forza, I don't even know what the tyres are like. They're just weird. It's just vague. Maybe partly force feedback, but I also think it is the physics as well. There's some weird shit going on in Forza. I don't know. The game makes me sick as well. Motion sick. But yeah, I think because road cars, it's like rally cars and road cars are actually more floaty in reality. So when a game's quite floaty, it then accidentally falls in line. But yeah, if you've ever been in a real car with downforce or slick tyres on a car in real life around a track, the car doesn't float around. It's like only when you really push. It's catchable, correctable, and it does move a little bit, but it's not like there's a good amount of bite. Even on road tyres on a racetrack, if you've been around a racetrack in a road car, there's still it's closer to like Gran Turismo 7. We've got a Gran Turismo and like AC and even R-Factor 2. I mean, Gran Turismo has other weird stuff about it. Yeah, exactly, Nismo. I just think it doesn't feel like you have that purchase of the road surface. It's like cold, almost like cold tyres, but not actually slick tyres. And then also like the track's not grippy, and it's just a bit weird. But then also that sort of lack of weight feel and things being a bit slow motion, which I think is also because of the lack of bite, makes things less responsive. iRacing, until you slide, iRacing feels really grippy to me. AC's really grippy, Race Room's pretty grippy. Gran Turismo's pretty grippy. The first 911. What do you mean in this game? I mean, the Porsches drive like Porsches in R-Factor 2 and AC for like a decade. So, do you just mean lift off oversteer? Oh, in AMS2, yeah, maybe, I don't know. I always thought the Porsche Cup was all right in AMS2, just slidey. It'd be really nice if you could, if they added like a mega grip mode to the track. I genuinely think it would make the game feel better to drive. If they upped the road, the grip, the track grip, whatever value that is, if they up that by another 30%, I think it would actually... I mean, it's probably not that simple, you know. But I feel that would actually make it more in line with what you'd expect slick tyres to be like. I don't know who decides I don't know what number it is that decides how grippy the track is, because obviously in real life track grip can be quite high and quite low, but mega grip technology. Like, those of you in chat that have been in a real car with slick tyres on a racetrack, the first thing that you experience is, Jesus Christ, this is grippy. Like, you're like, oh my god, like it's rental cars. The first thing that you probably think, and you go on a rental car, you're like, oh wow, I can really just plow through this corner. And that, and as I said, I think R Factor 2 is a bit like that, AC is a bit like that, Gran Turismo 7 is like that, but I don't, you know. Well, ACC has the grip, but then it just gets, as soon as you go over you're getting a passenger slide, and then that makes it feel like there's less grip. It's the same as iRacing. I think iRacing actually has a lot of grip, but as soon as you slide, it gets stuck, which gives the impression of it having less grip. But the initial value before you start going over the limit, I think, is quite high in iRacing. I've been on a road car with cut slicks, but not with slicks. I don't think. I'm not sure if I've done passenger lap in a car with slicks, a road car with slicks. I don't think so. Freaky Elite, you're getting lots of buffering. Who's getting buffering? Is the stream smooth? Yeah, ACC's unreal, so... You're watching on Twitch or YouTube? Just change the resolution on YouTube if it's buffering on there. Yeah, just watch the stream at a low resolution. ACC's unreal, can't be realistic. Well, Flying Phoenix, I think part of that can be, like, as I said before, I think AMS2 feels like you're driving a single wheel. It doesn't feel like there's weight distribution, which then gives the impression of the cars are, like, super, super rigid. No, like... it doesn't feel like when you trail brake, you're turning into the corner. It feels like when you brake, you're removing grip off the rear, and then the car's rotating from a lack of grip on the rear. That's just how it feels. I don't know what the reality is. Still tricky to compare. 1.5G in a real car feels insane. Yeah, well, yeah, but I think if you've done a lot of sim racing and you've done a moderate amount of real driving, you learn to remove that G-force feeling. You ignore it. Like if you do, like, let's say you do like 5 hours of go-karting, initially that G-force thing's like really impressive, but you basically just delete the stuff. You ignore the stuff that you're experiencing that's not relevant to actually driving better. So even in like a Radical SR3, obviously it's physical. It's physical, but you would ignore the parts that aren't pertinent to what's relevant to driving. And then it ends up becoming parity again because you've just got used to it. So you're almost back to it having no G-forces, like a sim. But obviously it's still physical. I don't know, that's what I found with go-karting, at least, is like the first like 30 minutes or hour of go-karting, you're like, oh god. And then after that, after you've done that and then you do it a bit more, you're like, oh, you know, you ignore that. And then you go into simulation mode. Well, I do. Problem is, I then feel like driving into stuff. So I'm like, it's a sim, surely. Yeah, I was doing some today, Mark. Also, if you've got strong force feedback on your wheel, it's so analogous to G-loading and so analogous to giving a sensation of grip. If you're turning and you've got like a 12 or 20 Newton meter wheel and you're really having to push on the wheel against the car in the sim, it's really, really similar to pushing against the G-forces. So it really gives you a good sense of grip in that way of what you'd get from G-forces. So I don't buy the excuse of, oh, you get this. People say, oh, you know, real life feels more grippy because of G-forces, and actually the grip's the same. It's just a feeling thing. But I don't think so. Like, yeah, in a sense. But like, as I say, iRacing is, I think the initial grip in iRacing is fine. Like, it feels very grippy to me, even though the force feedback's not that good or detailed. iRacing grip seems to line up to what you'd expect of a real car through corners and stuff. Well, I was reading the chat. Yeah, I don't know. I think AC iRacing. If you're just talking about grip levels alone, with a DD wheel, AC iRacing R Factor 2 don't seem to mismatch with my limited experience of reality. Like, okay, yeah, in an initial, if you were to just jump in a real car, like the initial experience, if you weren't an experienced sim racing, you weren't experienced real world driver, or you hadn't done a few hours of real world driving, if you're not experienced with it, yeah, it'll be absolutely, you know, you'll be like, what's going on? Both are totally different. But if you've done, let's say you've been in a real car with downforce for like a 30 plus minutes, or you've done go-karting for more than 2 hours, I think that would be enough for you to be like, oh, you know, you're not surprised by the experience. Holy Sevens within reach. Yeah, we'll be alright. Well, let's hope that people drive a bit calmer in this one. No more launches. You got gifted, Neil's got gifted $1,000 of iRacing dollars. Wow, are they worth anything? You didn't buy anything. You should have spent it on virtual pole dancers. They could dance in your car. You probably didn't know about that feature. Many people don't. iRacing keep that secret. You have to do. You have to turn your wheel left, right, up shift, downshift, downshift. That's how you activate the pole dancers. Flying Phoenix. That said, you're an optimist about AMS2. The sim made a ton of progress. Yeah, I mean, right. I was playing it in VR earlier today with the Quest 3 VR Future with the Quest 3, and the thing is, the AI is really fun to drive against in AMS2. Got a nice selection of content, runs nicely in VR. Do you know what I mean? It's like so. The thing is, obviously, I do a shitload of sim racing, an unhealthy amount of sim racing. On a sort of absolute scale of racing sims, and when people ask me, I'm talking about from an experienced sim racer perspective, I'm like, well, AC is just the best. Deal with it. But then you're like, if you're going to put stuff in a hierarchy, you're like, well, from a normal player, most people are 5 seconds off the pace. They're not going to notice the difference between iRacing, AMS2, whatever. Like, they're not going to notice the physics differences because they're not good enough to be, they're not driving at the limit properly, so it's all irrelevant. So for 90, well, probably like 80% of sim racers,
3,
it
2,
just comes down to
1,
general features.
go.
Squiggly
How
Wiggins.
much to shave all your facial hair like
No.
on the stream?
No, I'm not shaving my beard off. I've worked on this beard. I'm happy with it. Thank you very much for the donation. I could shave my head. Oh, no. I can't shave my head. Although I've missed a bit. Here, look at that. Fail. Thanks very much for the donation. Why do some messages in chat disappear? I don't know. Organised by Top Chat or something. It's probably like a weird, quirky thing. Yeah, so I mean, like, AMS2 is, I'd say, it's better than Forza, better than, well, the AI and the driving are better than, it's more detailed. The force feedback's better than Forza and Gran Turismo. Graphics are better, runs at 4K 120. You know, you can quickly set up stuff. But, you know, if you were being absolute, if you, like, from a pure sim racing perspective, it doesn't really, it's not in the same ballpark as R-Factor 2 or AC. Like, you just would not really, you wouldn't recommend AMS2 to a real professional driver to use as a training tool. They could still use as a training tool. You can use Gran Turismo as a training tool. You can use Forza as a training tool. You can use any driving game with real world location as a training tool. Same general things apply. But, like, if, you know, it's not at the same level as those other sims. Or even AMS1 is better than AMS2, I think, for absolute realism. Here we go. Thanks very much for the donation. No, really appreciate that. $10 doodles is a lot of money. So it's really generous. Oh, shit the bed. Guys, calm your tits. Where's he coming? Where's he going? Where's he going? Okay, come on, guys. Nice and easy. I moved to the right there because I thought a yellow car was going to come back across the track. This is online. I don't think AMS2 does a really good job with TC and ABS either. It feels very abrupt. Like, it kind of works, but it just feels very... if you compare it to how TC and ABS works in ACC or iRacing, it feels like really... doesn't feel subtle. Oh. Not getting into that. I think AC1 as well doesn't do very good TC. It's just it slows you down. Like, it just slow. It doesn't stop you from slide. So if TC's working properly in like a GT3 car, it should stop you sliding, allow you to be less precise on your accelerator, and as a result, basically be faster with less tyre wear from driving worse, in a sense. Or like really, really low TC on a real car should ultimately make every driver faster, really. Like, that's how good the thing is, TC systems are different from car to car. So is ABS. Some real race cars have absolutely shit traction control on them. So, you know. But yeah, the point is, with like a GT3 car, TC should not be like a de facto if you've got it on your slower, which is what happens in pretty much all the time in AC and I think in AMS2. Isn't R-Factor based on AMS1? So AMS1, Madness Engine... Oh, it's raining. Madness Engine has some R-Factor or G-Motor heritage in it, but it's had so much work on it. AMS1 is R-Factor, G-Motor, yeah. But they did with some like updates to shaders and things. But yeah, it's basically a heavily modded R-Factor one. But even AMS2 has some R-Factor in it. It's like how Half-Life has some Doom in it. Quake has some Doom in it. Even Half-Life Alyx will have some Doom code in it. There's still... car maxing everything. There's probably some Doom code in this somewhere. Well, that looks nice. The lighting in this is fantastic. Like the whoever did the graphical programming for this game, you know, I don't know who it was, but they did such a good job, apart from alt tabbing. But the Madness graphics engine is bonkers. It's got to be like one of the best. I would say it's probably one of the best graphics engines for any game. Like, forget driving games. For visual quality to performance, dynamic day-night lighting as well, large environments. Yeah, as Neil said, there's still a lot done to AMS1. Did they do the drivetrain? Did they add chassis flex and drivetrain simulation to it as well? I think they did that with Race Room. They added the drivetrain inertia or something, which actually made it easier to, well, less abrupt. I don't know how that's simulated though. I don't know if that's just like I don't know if that's physically simulated or just like some smudging of numbers. I don't know. I don't have a windscreen wiper button. Push all the buttons. I have a windscreen wipers. No. Oh no, that's HUD. No. Oh well. We need to bind that. Oh, look at that. That looks nice. I don't know where we are. This corner. Yeah, I can redo windscreen wiper. I think the track's getting a little bit slidey. Oh, there is no grip now. I put it on light rain. So, see how the rain is with this? It's just like gradual lower grip, whereas slick tyres in reality, with a track that would be getting wet, is you have the, weirdly, you have that behaviour that iRacing has, where you have grip and then it suddenly disappears, and you have to like, you'd have to snap. If you ever watch onboards of people driving in wet on slick tyres, they're driving fairly normally, and then the grip just gives out. So they're constantly having to go really quickly having to catch the car because the tyres are just going over, like, straight away. Yeah, does that VR mod work with Hell Let Loose? Right, what is... Okay, fair enough. That's the end of that. Oh. Oh dear. No one's made... Yeah. Okay, the track's waterlogged. I picked light drizzle. I didn't pick like full-on bloody torrential. What's going on here? Oh! Oh, is it? Oh, I'll have to try that. Don't you get detected for cheats though with that that VR thing? Because it's like injecting into the, like, doesn't that trigger cheating? Cheat detection. With the graphics set up below the card. Yeah, well, exactly. Like, yeah, no, 100%. So, quite a few times I've recommended to companies to use AMS2 for, like, you know, if you're promoting an OLED screens, or if you were doing like a hot lap event in a supermarket, or you're at a trade show, or you know you wanted a VR thing or hot lap competition. AMS2 is fantastic for that. Okay, sand's very slippy. Oh man, there's like
I don't like
no
ACC,
grip.
I do like the normalist, but that is amazing. So it's
I
probably
put
one of
drizzle
the-
on. I didn't put
probably
torrential
one of the-
downpour.
Well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Like, look at this. This is not like wet. I'm not locking. So the thing that you get with rain with slick tyres, if it's a lot wet like this, would be if a car locks up, it's just going to keep going forever. But if the wheels are rolling, it's not like ice. Do you know, this is something that's probably very hard to simulate. I think ACC actually does a really good job with the wet track, with the wrong tyres. ACC probably does the best of all the sims actually for progressing from dry to wet track. Yeah, they have. Yeah, part of the track gets wet and some of it's dry. So that was a Project Cars 2 thing. It's quite good. It's actually that is better than having the whole track wet, because that's what happens in real life. So, do you guys remember that Nürburgring race where the 24 hours of Nürburgring? I think it was like 2013, 14 or something, where one corner of the track had like snow and hail and monsoon, and then the rest of the track was just like bone dry. So it was just like all the cars just came around the corner, and like the contrast in weather was like, oh no, normal, monsoon, brick hail, 2016, yeah. That was so fun. That's so random. That. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Tian Jonker. I'll click the like button as well, guys, if you want to. Well, should we could next race we'll put lighter rain on. I don't know why it did full on monsoon. Okay, that makes sense. Hell Knight. That's what I was expecting. Because it's exactly the same as how a cheat would work. Because you could move the camera around corners and stuff. His car's twerking at me. Do GT3 uses full-on slicks, right? Yeah, I need to try GT7 again. I've not played it for a while. But I struggle with GT7 because it's so just feels laggy and delayed. If you thanks Red Rhino for subscribing. If you're playing with a gamepad, you don't really notice. Like I would still say GT7 is the best gamepad drive. Like, it's the closest feeling to driving a real car with a gamepad. Maybe not the race cars, but like the road cars in GT7 with a gamepad. It's the best. It's a compromise, but I think the feeling and the experience is the closest to driving a real car if you're using a gamepad. If you guys like Gran Turismo, you should subscribe to Super GT. He does that. That's his thing. He's the GT man. Woo! Was it Hungaroring, the Formula 1 where they have the drag strip? And the Formula... This must have been like 2018 or 19. And the cars were going onto the drag strip part. And because it had no rubber on it at all, or it had rubber, all the cars were like... the grip was just turning off. Yeah, it was a Hockenheim, wasn't it? That was really interesting. I think it was because there was rubber. And so I don't know if it had rained or something as well, but it ended up effectively making it a completely slick surface that the tyres couldn't adhere to. That's what's really weird with like grip tyres and stuff, like that aspect of friction, how stuff interacts in completely counterintuitive ways, like ice skates. You would not, if you'd never been ice skating before, you would not come to the conclusion that ice skates work how ice skates work. There's no... That has got to be the most counterintuitive thing in existence, physics-wise, that not quantum physics, but you know what I mean? Like, probably does involve quantum physics, I don't know, but like, well, everything does, obviously, but on a sort of day-to-day level of scale, ice skates don't make any sense. Like, I mean, first of all, the forward and backward slidiness, that kind of makes sense. But the way that you, depending on how sharp you make them, doing hockey stops, and then how much you slide, but then how much it bites in, and then how it still works even if it's... Yeah, so it's just weird, because it's not like snow. Ice skates are weird. I need to go ice skating, actually. Oh no, I find it supernatural. Supernatural. That's the opposite of natural. Yeah. No, I find ice skating for me was totally intuitive to do. That's what's weird as well. No, it's as a thing to do, it's totally intuitive. But how the mechanics of it don't make... Like, if someone was to show you a blade on a shoe and go, how will this blade on a shoe work on ice, you would not think it would work as well or as intuitively as it does when you go ice skating. do you know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't go, oh yeah, that's what I was expecting. I was expecting it. You wouldn't expect it to work exactly like a rollerblade, would you? Well, I wouldn't. Hell no. I mean, so a lot of people struggle with ice skating because they've only ever used rental skates, and they over sharpen rental skates. So they actually rental skates operate like iRacing tires. When you got really over sharpened ice skates, what you find is you have mega bite when you're turning, but if you go over, you then like so you actually, weirdly, you're better off having slightly... you cut the skate less sharp, more of a beveled edge, and then you end up with a more like an ice hockey skate, which skates a lot closer to rollerblades. I really want to play some ice hockey. I've got my own ice skates, but I need to get them sharpened because they're too unsharpened. They're too sharp. UK's so shit for ice skating. Jason Murphy,
Happy
thanks for
New Year to the
thank you.
sim racer.
Yeah, rollerblading is harder than ice skates for sure because they're heavier, they're less responsive, they grip more erratically, the surface of whatever you're skating on is different. Rollerblades are typically a lot shitter unless they're really good quality rollerblades. Yeah, your hockey team was pretty good. I beat you. Easy. I'd deke and slap shot. Yeah, I don't know what is. British people are stupid. That's the problem. They're idiots. This is why we have motorsport. So much motorsport in the UK because British people are morons. Ice skating. Oh, did you live near Nottingham, Tabs? Ice skating. Ice hockey's such a better sport than like cricket. Like, what on earth? Like, English people are just dumb. Motorsport is terrible to watch. Cricket's even worse. What is wrong with British people? Well, I'm allowed to say it. British people are the stupidest people on earth. Just so dumb. Yeah, I think it's starting to get back into fashion, Hell Night. Watch out, I'm Canadian. Yeah, the Nottingham ice rink was built whilst I lived there, so it was really nice having a brand new ice rink. They have two rinks. They have like they have the figure skating rink, which is also used for public skate, and then the proper ice rink, the stadium. Whee! Look at him go. Yeah, I think rollerblading was like a 90s thing, wasn't it? Just waiting for the bloody thing to finish here. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with British people. AMS2's off topic. Don't know what you mean. I'm going to try another car next. We're going through the GT cars here. King of the Hatch, Gamer Muscle. I think I'm done with iRacing for a long time. I'm tired of shit handling cars. I need for more shit drama. That's the fun of iRacing though. Right. You have to embrace the pain and suffering, and then iRacing makes sense. You have to think of iRacing like buying a gimp suit, or like it's like holding a candle, burning yourself with it for like relief. If you do that, get help. Phone a support line. But yeah, that's what iRacing's for. It's a form of masochism. It's like getting a whip and slap it. What's that thing they do in that protest? Not protest. They those religious people where they like slap themselves on the back with machetes. That's iRacing. It's the digital version of that. Well done, J Den. 84. Callias. Myself in 4th. We're beating all these fanboys. JDB. Mr. Stencil. Well done, guys. I might need to get some more drink in a minute. I'm going to stay on the same track, guys, but we've done the McLaren, we've done the Porsche, now I'm going to try the Mercedes. I'm just going through all the cars to see what they're like. Oh, let's turn the rain off. That really didn't work very well. I'm sure I put light rain, but it was messed up. Sync to race, so it should. I guess it just goes full rain until. Right, let's just keep it on light cloud. We can have it start earlier in the morning. Oh yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that this race. Wembley TTV might also matter with the time progression. I don't think it does. I think it's separate. Like that's why you've got two separate options, like the weather sync to race. Although, so if it's in the day, the track will dry out sooner. So like that aspect does. Season as well, I think affects it. It did. That's how it was in Project Cars 2. So. we've got one more car after this. We'll do another track with the last GT3 Gen 2. But I don't really understand why they bothered doing new GT3 cars, because these all seem basically the same. I don't know if they're slightly, maybe different aero package or something, but then we'll do a different track next, because I do actually like this track. It's grown on me. This is the thing with long tracks. They're a pain in the arse to learn. Like Nordschleifer and stuff, you know. Or any long track. It's just a pain in the arse to learn, but once you've learnt it, you can kind of just zone out and enjoy the drive. The ice drive of the snow. The snow around Nords. And there's some really good snow mods for AC, actually. To check them out. They look really nice. When BTTV, you think Le Mans is easy to... Yeah, well, the problem I found with Le Mans is it's hard to know which corner you're on next because I've forgotten. You know the first 40 turns. What you need to do for Nürburgring is break it down into like 3 separate parts, and then it's a lot easier to understand. But for me, the mid to end part, before the long straight, before the dotting go, before the right hander, before the left hander, there's a section of like fast flowing corners, and they look very similar to each other. That end, basically the end sector, ignoring the very last bit. That is what I always struggle on. I always forget where I am, because 2 of bits of the track look very similar to each other. So if you're behind another car or you're not concentrating, it can, for someone as simple as me, it can be an issue. I have like really weird learning issues for stuff like that. Yeah, like a bit after the second carousel, is it? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's a really nice track. Yeah, the YouTube corner, and you've got the other corner that looks exactly the same as YouTube corner. yeah, the YouTube corner and the fake YouTube corner. Yeah, it takes me so long to learn tracks. I'm really jealous of like really talented drivers I know, and esports drivers. I've seen them like learn tracks for the first time when they like sims and tracks. I've seen them when they've very first time they've ever driven a track and a sim, and weirdly they're actually worse than me for like about a lap. I have them for a lap. If we had a race series where it was a brand new car and you only had 1 lap, I'd be champion. But then after 1 lap, which to be honest, the reason why they're slower on that first lap is because they're doing like calibrating their brains, whereas I'm just like trying my best. But yeah, after like two or 3 laps, it's really interesting when you see actual talented drivers, like actually skilled drivers, what would be like a proper race driver, someone that could be a professional race driver. The speed at which they get up to pace is really interesting. Like, they're just on it straight away. It's like they've already got saved all the different corners. It's like when you give a musician that's really good a new piece of music and they go and then they're calibrated, they can play it. Yeah, well, it's not really fair, is it? A lot of the professional drivers, they've been doing it their whole life, so really it's not that impressive. This is what I think about Olympics as well. Everyone's like, "Oh, well done! You well done for running faster than everyone," or "Oh, you've thrown a stick further." And it's like, well, I damn well hope so. They've been spending so much time throwing sticks and running and jumping and stuff. Like, you know, it'd be anticlimactic if they weren't good at doing it, really. It's to be expected. I don't know why everyone's like, oh, wow. Wow, you're amazing. It's like, well, you know, you would hope so. You don't go to doctors and go, oh, wow, you did that surgery exactly as we expected you to because you trained and done a lot of it. Oh, the pilot. Oh, you landed the plane. I bloody well hope so. They've gone through full pilot training. It's not like people clapping planes when they land. It's like, well, what? They didn't just pull it off. They didn't just learn how to fly the plane. It's so stupid. I've spent 15 years sim racing and still yeah, but I've been training talking bollocks. I've only got better at that. The real skill is taking off your plane and driving your plane into another plane that's on the runway, and then having your plane catch up. Oh, too soon. Too soon. Too soon. Too soon. That plane fire actually though is quite interesting. It's good. Good test. Good test of composite planes on fire. I think everyone got out of the plane even though it was on fire. So that's awesome. Because this is the first time a composite plane's caught on fire, a passenger jet, and it seemed pretty good. Go composite planes. That's 1-0 composite planes. Composite submarines, 0. Crap start of the year for Japan. Planes on fire, 7.2 earthquakes. I mean, how mental is that earthquake? Jeez, earthquakes are terrifying. They're probably not. Like, Japanese people are like, ow, it's all right. The ground below is shaking and buildings are falling down, but it's normal here. Japanese treat earthquakes like British treat the rain. Everything around me is wobbling. Oh, it's fine. No wonder Japanese people are calm. If you can accept earthquakes, you can accept anything. Like another nation dropping. Oh, no. Jeez, it's the second day of the year, and we're already. That's it. That's it. Channel cancelled for dark jokes. Bloody hell! Why are we drifting? Yeah, tsunami. Then Japanese people are like, let's go surfing. What, with a surfboard? No, with the whole street. Oh dear. Right, yeah, it's mental. No wonder they have so much tentacle porn. It's the only way to deal with it. If we subject you to 9.0 earthquakes, you'll be into loads of weird shit. The UK, we have tsunamis of political incompetence. I'm not sure which is worse. I need to watch. Is it Japanese? I thought it was a Korean film. Didn't know it was Japanese. Okay, this Mercedes handles well weird. This is AMS2 Driftland. Oh, why is it just wanting to drift everywhere? Alright, cool. Yeah, no, I don't really like subtitled movies when I feel like watching a film. It's too much effort. I don't like dubbed movies, so I have to watch the subtitled one. You what, mate?
You what, mate?
I really enjoyed Squid Games or Crab Games, whatever it's called. I do actually. I think Japanese films are awesome. Actually, there's a lot of really good Asian cinema, and there's a lot of really good Chinese films as well. The earthquake in your city was the second highest recorded in the world for vertical acceleration. It punched buildings out of the ground at 2.2 G. If you timed it right with your sim racing, save your money on a motion rig. 2.2G. Imagine someone that was stood over a pole. So yeah, that's why you should never stand over poles. I avoid them just in case. Yeah, I don't trust earthquakes. It's not too. It's too much. Too much intensity. What happened to the cricket stadium? Everyone rejoiced because it fell down and no one had to be subjected to cricket anymore. Possibly the worst sport known to man. Squiggly Wiggins, they have that in Richard Burns Rally. They have like birds and stuff. Really good. I don't know why that's not more common. I need to suggest that to Ilya. There's two things actually that I suggest to maybe Peter Bose for Pure or Ilya. One is artificially increasing distance fog to add more of a sense of depth and environment. Because I don't think there is, like, the game AC can have distance fog. It's a pretty simple effect, but it doesn't really use it. So that is, it has a really big effect of making it feel like that you're in an atmosphere, and it really conveys humidity and stuff. Project Cars 2, Need for Speed Shift, and this does an alright job of it. So that's something that I think they just didn't, they've not realised. So. And then having occasional animals run across the track and things really would help make it feel more realistic. Well, they do have cameramen running on the track in Richard Burns Rally, so they're halfway there. Oh, what is going? This is broken. This car. This is handling like classic AMS2. Like, why does it want to be so slidey?
Please, I beg you. We are wrecking the car. Oh, Sammy,
They're breaking the car. What's my preferred natural disaster? Oh, well, I mean, I don't know which is the sexiest natural disaster. I think tornadoes. I wanted to be a storm chaser when I was a teenager, and that's still something I'd still quite like to do at some point. So I think tornadoes are the sexiest natural disaster. The car does not go through this corner in a way that makes sense. Oh, volcanoes are pretty cool. Yeah. Well, ironically, they're pretty hot. But the thing with a volcano, you also get lightning as well, so... What's this about being nasty? I'm not being nasty, I'm just roasting them. Any AMS2 fans in chat want to be roasted? Like a chestnut on Westminster Bridge. A horse chestnut. These trees are quite nice. Tabs, Game of Muscle. Have you tried the Aussie Camaro in this? No, we'll give it a go after this. British tourists fall into a natural disaster category. Well, you know what they're like. The bloody British tourists in Spain. Absolute the worst. I hate British people. British people are the worst people, honestly. The stupid faces. They're overweight. They're, you know, just awful people. Oh, there was a video recently of like, I think there was like an Afghan refugee on a bus complaining about Britain, and then a guy was filming him telling them off for complaining about Britain, right? Because he was like, oh, you know, you should be lucky that you're in Britain because that Britain's accepted you as a refugee. You should be grateful. Right. So it's so stupid on so many levels. First of all, the reason Afghan is fucked up is because of Britain and America doing a completely pointless war. That's one of the primary reasons why that person's probably a refugee in the UK. It's Britain and America and the West's fault. Like, you can't deny it. Like, I was against the Afghan war. You'd have to be an idiot to want the Afghan war. It's a complete waste of life, money, and just stupid. And there've been previous wars to show that it's completely pointless. And even like Donald Rumsfeld and other American politicians all explained why it would be stupid, and then they were like, "Oh, let's do it anyway." Anyway, so that it's British fault that they're there. Secondly, complaining about being in Britain is the most British thing you could do. So you can't have a go at someone that's come to Britain and then complains about Britain. It's like, well, that's what they should be doing. There is nothing more British. So why is he having a go at her for doing the British thing? It's so dumb. Also, why would you feel like you have to tell someone for complaining about a country they're living in, as if you yourself are like the person that says, oh, you can and can't complain about stuff? Ah. So stupid. You're not into scams and Ponzi schemes? Well, what are you doing watching this channel? This whole channel's a scam. This is all fake. The racing's fake. My hairline is fake. I've dyed my beard. Even my beard is fake. It's all an illusion. I'm using color curves to make the room look different colors. That's fake. LED lights. That's not. God didn't make them. It's all fake. I'm actually putting on an accent as well. Yeah. We're working our way towards being a full-on... So we've got our goals here. We've got a race starting in a minute, guys. We're just waiting for this to finish. We have our 2024 goals, which were determined at the end of 2023. We're gonna get a German wife. Specifically a German wife. I'm not gonna have to not approach any non-German women. It has to be a German wife. Which might be difficult in the UK. But we go to Germany a lot, so it's possible. We're doing it. German wife is happening. I don't care. It's happening. Walking across Scotland, easy. Probably gonna die doing that of hypothermia. 15k in CS2. 6k I rating. Yeah, that'll probably take 3 months. And we're going to become a sim racing thought. Does it have to be your wife? Well, that's... Look, reach for the stars. I don't need. No, we're doing all right. I don't need any more subs. We got plenty of channel members. We're fine. We get all right views on videos and stuff. We're doing all right. For some reason, loads of YouTubers recently have been having breakdowns. They're like, our ad revenue's terrible. It's going awful. And I'm like, hang on a minute. It's been going really well for me in the last 6 months. I'm like, sim racing's picking up. VR's picking up. We've had more viewers, more channel members, more views. YouTube's been promoting old videos that I made like 8 months ago. Out of the blue, they're getting like loads of views. So I'm like, all right, fair enough. I'll take it. Maybe that's what's happened. Maybe YouTube's come towards my favour. We'll get banned next week. We can't continue yet. We're still waiting. Oh, I think it might have got stuck, guys. This is still buggy. We'll let it continue. Yeah, well, I'm not political. B-Sim Racing, hello. Oh, no.
BSimRacing.com. All your sim racing news in one place. Don't just sim race, BSimRacing.com.
There you go, BSimRacing.com. Why are we stuck? So eventually someone will quit. Oh no, they're on track still. What are you guys doing? Get off the track, you shits. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think someone said about starting on YouTube. If you make okay quality stuff and you do like 1 or 2 videos a week and it's informative, so it's like reviews or like stuff someone would be searching for, you can grow on YouTube easier now than you could in the past. Well, than you could like 5 years. So there was at the beginning of YouTube, there weren't that many people on YouTube, so it was hard to gain traction. But if you were like doing something consistently, pumping out shitloads of content, and you were like one of the early ones for a game, so like, you know, when PewDiePie and that kind of stuff was going off, that was a chunk where you could get really successful just by doing lots of content, no matter what it was, and being consistent. Right, that went away. Then there's been a period of, if you are within a niche, just putting out stuff, but you're in a niche and you get the timing right, you can be very successful. So that's sort of like Super GT, Jimmy, within the context of sim racing. But other games, people that did like Minecraft or console games, like popular stuff, the FIFA game stuff, and they're consistent, that worked fine. Then there's been a thing that's happened, I'd say, in the last like 2 or 3 years, or probably 2 years really, maybe even more so in just the last year. If you produce high quality content, like nicely edited, good audio, informative content, and people are going to watch it through, they want to watch the video to the end. Like say you made a 10-minute video or 5-minute video, and people tend to watch it on average 90%. You can get way more views and grow from a really low pit, like from having a really small subscriber base, way more than you could in the past. Like you can get discovered from having quality content now, way more than you used to be able to. Not at the very beginning, but 2 or 3 years ago. It can take 6 months to like 2 years though for that to pick up. But a really good example of that is like GP laps, so within the context of sim racing. If you do like content that's consistent, well formatted, you know, people know what they're getting when they go on the channel. I'm gonna have to restart the server here because this has crashed, so we'll just remake the server, guys. The game's totally broken. Like yeah, GP laps has started this year. He's not really done anything different than what he's doing before, but the algorithm is working way better for his channel, which is awesome, to be honest. But I've noticed that with a lot of other channels that produce like good quality content that an audience would watch all the way through. A crap video with a girlfriend sat next to you wearing a tight t-shirt. Yeah, but that does work in a way. Like that's always going to work. Yeah, appealing to that will always work in a sense, but it's not necessarily going to be the ultimate. Oh, I'm going to have to restart the game, guys. It's totally broken. Google want to move to a model where you pay them to put content up. I don't know where you've read that. Right, just restarting the game here. Daniel, not really. No, they went back on that. But yeah, there's been a lot of channels like who's the guy that does the retro brighting? He does lots of vintage videos, and he was saying now. Oh, thanks for following. He was saying how his revenue was down. Like he still does other stuff, but he was saying he was getting like 30% less revenue, and but I think he doesn't ever want to get sponsors. I think being dependent on ad revenue is always pretty risky, to be honest. Yeah, the 8-bit guy, that's it. there's going to be the thing is though, so his viewership might have gone down, but then you have who's that guy that fixes broken gadgets? You know, he's British guy. I think he's Newcastle maybe. And he gets like broken game console, little handhelds and stuff, and he fixes them. His channel has been, yeah, maybe it's a soldier, I don't know, but he's been getting loads of views. So I think the thing is, once you've seen like that 8-bit guy, once you've seen all the retro stuff. So initially there wasn't any content on the retro PCs and the games consoles and things. Once someone's already made that video of, oh, here's a Commodore 64, this is what a Commodore 64 is, this is how well it's sold. Once you've got like 20 videos of that same exact thing, you can't keep making those videos. Do you know what I mean? You can't keep doing that same video. Other people are going to keep making it. It's not going to be interesting anymore. Whereas the guy that fixes electronics, what it is it could be anything he's fixing. The reason why someone watches those videos is because they're like, oh, the thing's broken. That's something I'd quite like. Will he be able to fix it? I don't know. That would be interesting to find out. So it's like a narrative structure. Can it be fixed? Can he fix it? Or would I know how to fix it? Would also be a thing. Is it broken in an interesting way? How is it broken? Will he use like a novel thing to fix it or whatever? You know, there's a whole load of questions when you have a broken device and someone that has a history of fixing stuff. And then it's also an interesting, you know, oh, that's how that works. And it's quite like ASMR-y. So you could literally fix 50 Commodore 64s and each one would be interesting. Because you'd be like, oh, well, this previous arcade machine, for example, has got these wires where people have fixed it over 40 years. Like if you've ever been around vintage machines or people that do fixing of those stuff, people like patch them up and do weird shit to them to keep them running in the arcades. So people that then repair them now are like, oh, there's like, it's an interesting story. So there's a narrative. Again, it's a narrative thing. So yeah, I think some people don't realise that you need to have a bit of narrative to stuff. Or humour. I don't know. Well, that's because you've got some kind of condition, Afro Coops. Right, we're going to... This car was terrible. We're going to try the BMW, but we're going to do it on a different track. Alright, let's do Hockenheimring. No, I don't think it is, Daniel. I think there's plenty of space in the sim racing space in YouTube. If you were to do, so it's hard to make it if you're doing something that already exists. But like, for example, Rennsport's probably going to be a reasonably popular game in the future. It's quite likely to be due to Saudis throwing loads of money at it, Porsche putting money on it, and other people being involved in it and then wanting to make money out of it and the potential of it, right? And there's esports drivers promoting it. And it'll probably come out on console. Quite likely to be quite a popular game. So if you framed yourself as being the Rennsport expert, and that's what you do, and you really aggressively cover that, and then if that game does take off, you'll be in a position to like really capitalise on it. That's a bit of a grind, a bit of a slog, but that's just one example. There'll be other games coming out where you could, well, for example, VR I think is gonna, it's been growing slowly in interest, generally speaking. I think this year and next year is going to be quite a big growth for VR and VR with sims and stuff, for example. So you could start a sim racing YouTube channel that's entire focus was VR sim racing. And so you do like VR headset reviews, specifics about which VR headset's better or worse, the quality of the VR headset. You're doing a lot of VR, general VR stuff, which will get you VR audience, which is bigger than sim racing audience. But then you could do lots of stuff focused on how you set up your VR headset with various sims, which sims work better, but all packaged around VR. And if you did that, like a video, 3 videos a week, and they're nicely edited videos with good audio, that would be fine. But it'd take like a year and a half, 2 years to grow, but that's... you don't really have to have that much of a personality. I mean, it helps, but you could just be very dry. Hello, Thomas. If you're just very dry and matter of fact, a lot of sim racing is quite... a lot of people respond quite well to just being matter of fact and plain. You'd have to you need to edit it so there's no pauses, and you have to be able to produce well structured content. Yeah, Jason's good. Yeah. Has Jason's channel been growing? I always feel like he deserves to have more viewers than he has. I feel like the algorithm's not being kind to him, because I think he's a good, like a sort of, well, he does swear, but I would say he's quite family friendly. Like, do you know what I mean? He does a lot of like truck stuff and console things and bus sims. I'm surprised he doesn't have a bigger channel. I think because he does a really good job, he deserves more. I think algorithms have just been a bit harsh on him, to be honest. But yeah, I still think it's you could literally just do hardware reviews still. Like, you could review steering wheels and pedals. There's always an audience for that. Same with like tech stuff. If you just do it with some nice camera shots, people love that shit. You can't get enough of it. And companies promote it as well, so, you know. You always think there's a big niche left for beginner sim racing. Yeah, those are types of videos. Always, I think, go down quite well. It's just there's definitely that grind with any YouTube stuff. There's that big grind period of probably like 2 or 3 years. To be fair, it's the same with it's like any business. If you ever start a business, it takes like 2 or 3 years to just get things going. Do you know what I mean? It's just unfortunate reality of stuff. You have to become a piece of furniture, and then people are just like they have Stockholm syndrome. That's what I feel like happened with me. Like, I just sit around everywhere, and they're like, "Oh, well, you're sim racing, okay." I'm like a futon in the corner. Everyone, it's just there. People just go, oh, well, it's always been there. Tea-stained futon. It's my new YouTube channel, Tea-stained futon games. Is it hard to get noticed, Daniel? No, not really. Especially now with like SimMagic, Moza, Camus. If you can produce a good, if you can produce a nicely produced video, a lot of Chinese companies really like British talking videos on their products. So you, as I say, that didn't exist in the past. Whereas now it's quite likely that even if you had like say 5,000 subscribers, which still takes a while to get, but with 5,000 subscribers you could probably get sent SimMagic, Camus or something equipment to review. If you do good, if you like edit nicely and you do a sort of generally okay review. Oh, this car handles a bit weird as well. The Porsche and the other cars would seem better. Yeah, you kind of have to ignore subs and even views to an extent. What you really want to be doing is, if you can produce a nice quality video with good audio, looks somewhat professional, that's appealing. So yeah, I definitely think there's still plenty of space in sim racing and especially other stuff. And VR especially, I think, is growing quite a lot. No, we never ranted about anything. I don't know what you mean. What makes you think we rant about stuff? I think if we just made that up. No rants detected. No rants here. The sim racing hardware company should do well. Yeah, no, I've spoke to companies about that. Not for me because I'm too small, but oh dear. Definitely would make sense for someone like Steven, like Super GT or Jimmy, or I mean, you've kind of got that. That's what Tony Kanan's doing with his like GSI partnership. I think for that to make sense, you'd need a channel that's in the sort of 150 to 200,000 views per video, and then that they would have a big enough audience that a company would be able to justify manufacturing 5,000 units, custom units, and then they'd be able to sell them. This car's horrendous. To be fair, BMWs this is a BMW, I think. They're often quite neutrally understeery. Just a bit dull to drive. I think BMWs are a bit dull to drive. Like in any sim, and I think in real life. Rene Risha, I wish two sim YouTubers would bond together, produce bi-weekly podcast. Yeah, no. Right, this podcast thing, I don't think podcasts are necessarily bad, and I think people do a good job of it that do podcasts. But I don't think sim racing's big enough for podcasts to really work. Like, let's say podcasts work if you were interviewing someone, like if every week you were interviewing someone that had the draw of like a Super GT Jimmy, like a real world, like a Formula 1 driver, you know, someone with an actual large audience. That's when podcasts make sense and work. But otherwise, it's a really bad format for sim racing stuff. Not that the information's bad or the actual quality of the podcast. The podcast as a vehicle for content is hard for people to find. Whereas a video, like, so you could have a podcast, like I could interview Niels Housinveld, and and the interview would be about how incompetent he is, and yeah, right. So I could do that as a podcast about how terrible the company, every business he's been involved with, and how anti-consumer they are. So we could do that as a podcast, right? And it'd be like Gamer Muscle interviews Niels Housinveld, or some catchy quote, podcast episode 5, whatever, with Niels. Oh, right, okay. You could do that, or if you had a YouTube video and it was more like you pick a single thing and then you're doing exactly the same thing, still talking to like Niels about, I don't know, some like maybe some tire models, physics, or whatever, or complexity and stuff. I don't know. There's lots of interesting topics that would be really interesting. But you would, if you had a YouTube video with, right, titled it "Why More Complex Isn't Necessarily More Realistic," right? That could be the title of the video, and then you would have an interview with Niels, and Niels could explain the aspects of more complex tire models. We have a discussion on precisely why more complex doesn't necessarily mean you get better results, right? People would Google that, people would see it, people would click on it, people would want to watch it. Whereas if it was a podcast with that exact same information in it, no one's gonna bloody see it. You see what I mean? That's the problem with podcasting sim racing. What drives views to podcasts is the history of you having people with media clout and you doing that specific topic every week, and also maybe the topic itself being a very popular topic. Yeah, but, so yeah, with esports, it wouldn't work for sim racing esports. It would work for like a Dota thing or like a Counter-Strike thing because there's a big enough audience. But as I say, the podcast format doesn't work really with tiny audiences compared to just doing a YouTube video. So I don't fully understand this podcast upset. Like, I think there's a lot of people that want to make podcasts because they like podcasts themselves, maybe. I don't know. I say I'm not against it. I think that some of the podcasts out there are good quality. It's more of it's how you wrap information in a way that's going to get views, and podcasts are a bad format, I think, for how sims work. Danny Arthur, hello. It's like how live streaming is a bad format for virtual reality content, but videos are fine. For a VR game, like you edit it well, you have different shots of you playing the VR game, you have a voiceover. That works great, but a lot live streaming VR is awful. It's not a good format. Yeah, the thing is, the three buddies just chatting thing, that only works if the three buddies are actually funny. Which sadly, most people, or a lot of people, aren't that funny. I don't. For me personally, for my sort of podcast taste, would be more like informative podcasts, where it's effectively like an audio book. Maybe 2 or 3 people, but effectively it's basically an audio book, a weekly audio book, effectively. That might just be me. Who knows? Maybe a sim racing podcast will take off, and I'll be totally wrong. I'm totally open to that possibility. Funny looking might work. No one would know though if it was an audio podcast. This car is weird at the limit. Like, it's alright until you get to the limit, and then it's very slidey at the limit. Controllably slidey, but well, I tell you, do you know Aidan Millward? His videos could be podcasts, and those would probably be the best type of videos as a podcast format. I think that would work really well. But in his case, it makes more sense for him to do them as videos, doesn't it? So it might as well just be a video. Easier for people to find. You can actually have images. And the titles are going to be more searchable. No, and yeah, but when does a podcast become a video, and when does a video become a podcast? You know, you start getting into a category defining issue. Right, let's hope we can go to the next session here. Did it have a Ferrari in this? We drove a Porsche, and that was okay. What was the other GT? Oh, the McLaren was alright-ish. Porsche was okay-ish. Game sounds very low. You're just very low. I think you might just be deaf. He's had too many drinks and it's broken his eardrums. Rene Risha, the thing is it should be 2 or more already famous. Yeah, exactly. So like if Jimmy did a podcast, a sim racing podcast, I think it would work really well because he's already got the audience. So yeah, if you had Jimmy and Steve, or Jimmy and Jardier, or I don't know, like basically channels that have over like equivalent of 300,000 subscribers, or maybe even more, like 500,000 subscribers, let's say over 250,000 subs, so every video they upload at a minimum would get like 20k to 50k views, absolute minimum. Then yeah, that would work as a podcast format. Why can we not continue? What is going on? Let's see if the auto advance stops. Space Spiff. I didn't run across a limey tea drinking server, did I? Pure limey. Absolute lime. Lime in your face. Doesn't everyone have like a podcast now though? So it seems like we have to have a billion podcasts. Oh, here we go. I feel like it's a bad form. I think it actually makes people less productive when they do podcasts, because then they start just doing podcasts all the time. So like, you know, like H3H3, when they were doing like shorts, like videos on things, like silly videos, that was way better. And then as soon as they started doing the podcast, it's like, oh, it's just tedious. It's like a sim racing live stream. It's terrible. Who wants to watch that? Lemon and limey tea. Gamer Muscle special brew from PG Tips. The thing with PG Tips is you could put anything in it and it couldn't taste any worse. You know. PG Tips is like digging up some soil, boiling some water, pouring it over it, and then drinking the resulting fluid. PG Tips is called PG Tips because the #1 tip is to not drink it. PG's tip is to not buy this, to not buy it because it's terrible. Get ready. I'm ready. Ready, Breck. I always forget to click ready. The amount of times where I've not clicked ready by accident. We're good though. Here we go. Oh, carnage. Why is there so little? What is going? This is a GT3 car. Why? Why is it so sliding? Well, I offered to marry Billy, but he turned me down. He said my views on force feedback were too fundamentalist. So we were incompatible. What? Like what? The car in front as well. It's like the weight distribution does not work on this car. When you have to like really get on the brakes like ridiculously to get the nose to bite in, and just lifting off isn't enough to get it to hook up through the corner. But the throttle causes it to hook up. It's AMS2 physics for you. Petrobras. It's really, on the throttle, the car's really sensitive. At low speed, it We're leaning on the TC. I mean, I think AMS2 over time has got less drifty than it used to be. Yeah, hopefully iRacing gets updated again soon. They are working on the graphics. I think we need to try and do a LMDH race after this. Billy and Austin did one. Well, bloody Austin Agonoski, like, I agree with most of the stuff he says, but then he undermines what he says with something that's completely made up at times. It's really weird. Like, his views on physics and stuff, I think, are pretty much on the money, and his views, like, I'd say pretty much almost everything he says about games design as it relates to racing simulators are pretty much bang on the money. But then, out of the blue, he will come up, in videos or his posts, he will make a really good point and say something completely true, and then inject into it something that's just completely made up. Or like some completely left field, bizarre assumption that's not needed because he's actually made a really good point. It's really weird. It's really weird what he does. It's like, he ends up undermining a really good point by injecting something he didn't need to that just is made up, just speculation. Like, he'd have a habit of assuming some, like, malice from a developer or assuming some, like, intention where there is no, like, intention, like you can explain it with just basic incompetence or complexity or not enough time or just basics of business, you know. It's so weird. It's really weird, but yeah, I think because he's doing game design on GT Legends. I think it is. What's it called? What's it called? You know, the new Straight 4 game, and I think it'd be really good. I think as a game design role, he'd be really good at that. Also, I do like it. He does say what he's thinking, which I quite like. I don't like whether or not someone's right or wrong. I think we have a there's a cultural issue where people get upset by people just saying what they're thinking. And it's like, they're stupid. Like, you can't be like, I'm sure I say stuff, everything I say is correct, obviously, but I would rather have a conversation with someone that's saying what they're actually thinking, whether or not it's right or wrong, and they're putting it out there, than a conversation with someone that doesn't say what they're actually thinking. It's like, I would rather someone says something to me that I think is offensive and wrong, but they're saying it so we can have a conversation about it, than having a conversation with someone where they don't say something because they feel like it might be offensive, or they like manipulate the words they're using and they skirt around what they're actually trying to say. It's like, you know. You do the same thing when I make up statistics. What statistics do I make up? Tell me, Mike, what statistics have I made up? Come on, you've got to give an example if you're going to say that. The only time I make up statistics is when I'm saying a ballpark thing where I say, 90% of sim races are like 5+ seconds off the pace. Obviously, I don't know what the exact thing is, so I could just say most sim racers. But saying 90% is not me saying I've done market research and I know 90%. It's just a way of saying almost all, but there's a small percentage that haven't. That's when I make up statistics. What we're doing. We need to try a different car, and we need to do a different track. What were we going? We were going to do. We're going to do the LMDHs again. Let's do them at Road America. That'd be good. See if the bump gives me a headache. I think the Cadillac was the best of these. Richard B. Yeah, well, obviously that's two different things, though, isn't it? So there's there's a that's two different things. Yeah, well, so I think the iRacing thing is that, I mean, I don't know why iRacing would ban him. That just seems a bit weird. I think iRacing have historically been overly sensitive, but I don't know. Maybe he has. I've not read everything he's done, but I mean, I don't think a developer should ban someone for saying whatever on the internet. I think if you're on their forums and you. The problem is that fine line between if someone is shit stirring for the sake of shit stirring and they're a disingenuous argument, like people that are being disingenuous in that they're not trying to actually have an honest conversation. They are trying to derail conversation by being obnoxious. They're being a skywilk, basically. When it comes to physics, they're being a skywilk. You know, that's one thing. I think I don't think you should still ban people for that necessarily. But but you can see how it can derail stuff. It's just defamation. It is when it comes to physics, because you're an absolute physics troll. But you're all right when it comes to politics, so I let it go. Dictator muscle lets it go. Rene Rish. Oh well, the thing that you see on YouTubers especially, and on Reddit, right? What you do is you do a video, and you frame it as if what you're saying is a controversial view, but your view is not controversial view. So, like for example, if I did a sim racing video, and I said, controversial view. AMS2 is actually much better than what most sim racers give it credit for. Right? First of all, a lot of sim racers on average actually do give AMS2 a lot of credit, considering the downsides of it and other issues and how long it's taken to develop. Secondly, you frame the conversation in both a positive and negative, so whatever someone argues, you can counter frame it the other way. You can argue that you're actually not saying anything because you're not really communicating a defined thing. It will also bait people to argue, and it frames you as the content creator as being, oh, you're so open-minded, and you're you've decided you're talking about a risky subject. Oh, you're right. And you'll have loads of people going, oh, I think you're right. Do you know what I mean? And it works so well, and you can do that with so much content, and people lap it up. And it's so dumb and so obvious that that's what's going on. Hello, Dink Donk. That works really well for like Reddit posts. Works really well like as corporate speech. If you're like if you're working in marketing for a business, and you want to reframe the narrative that's come about on your product, or if you're in politics or something, and you want to reframe the perception, you do it in this sort of Machiavellian, obtuse way of pretending that something is something else, but not actually saying anything. It's really tedious, but it works, so it's not a surprise that people do it. Game changing, yeah, game changing as a word. More and more videos, more and more articles use it, because you can't not everything's game changing, and then it's like, well, the implication is that when it's game changing, the implication is it's substantially different, but no one can actually argue what is substantially different about anything. Like where do you draw the line between it being, oh, it's an improvement or different, to it's substantially different and hence game changing? And then what it means is, if you said, oh, this new toaster I got is game changing because it has a new timer mode on it, well, then it'll make people go, oh, well, what's game changing about it? Oh, it's the timer mode. I don't think that's really that game changing. Oh, you're being negative because you're suggesting that it's not a substantially different thing. And then someone else will argue with them about how substantially different it is. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, and it works. Game changing. Bagel mode. What was it? I was reading about air fryers. Someone was like, this air fryer's got a game-changing feature. It's like, okay. Every time I see game-changing in a thumbnail, I want to put a screwdriver through my forehead. Unless they're being ironic with it, but they're not normally. Well, it depends, Tim Goodwin, on the toaster. I mean, some have light sensors, some have a thermostat, some digital ones have a timer. There's many toasters out there. You toaster noob. How dare you suggest that there's only one method of toasting? There's so many ways that one can toast.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Famous geezer.
My IQ is not low enough yet. So another attempt
Ah.
this month, lol.
It's your IQ's leaving your nostrils as you donate and support us. Thank you. Fancy for yeah, it is. It's just a small convection oven, isn't it? It is still the same sim, BRT. Yeah. Good or bad. Oh, the AI substantially improved in this, and the general polish is substantially improved, but it's still fundamentally the same thing. I'm just going to get some rice out of my kitchen, guys. I'll be back in 2 minutes. It's already cooked, so... Yeah, I know I want to get an air fryer, but I don't want to... So, Ninja have a really nice one, but it's a bit too big, but they had a sale on it because they're going to change the design for no reason at all and then sell it for more. But they're all out of stock. But the main reason I get an air fryer is because they use a less electric than an oven, especially for me as I only, just cook for only 2 people at most. So, yeah, they are really good, I think, for what they are, for power saving. I'd still say they're not really the new slow cooker because it's different. Well, it's just a hot air dryer with a basket, really, isn't it? Let's be honest. I'll be back in a second, guys, to get some rice. total curry disaster there. BRT has 3 shelves and can do a full English in 15 minutes. What about half English? Could it do that in 8 minutes? What if I want a quarter English? I just eat curry every day. Eat curry every day. Untrained professional, you mean like a halogen cooker? That's a halogen cooker, I think. A banging bolty? Oh, here we go. Oh, no! Oh, it's okay. 3 minutes. When it goes, it's gone. That's like me when I'm sim racing. When it goes, I'm gone.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Minimal Matt, thank you very much. Welcome to the 4 speedback zone. Appreciate the sub and the support. On the list he goes. Oh, appreciate it. It's only going to get worse. Oh man, I'm aching all over. I've been doing like new yoga stretches and different stuff. Go. Hello. Bit of net code there. Somehow find a way through that. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well. What? Return to position 18? What is this? Oh. I didn't drive straight into the car crash. Therefore I have to give the place back. I can't give the place back to the driver that died. Streams chugging on YouTube, or I think it's just you. Oh dear. because I'm streaming at all the bit rates. Whoa! What's going on there? Followed him off the road. Whoa, why are you braking so much for every corner? It's flat out. Guys, you have to brake for that. It sounds a bit weird, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, I think Le Mans is all right, but it's kind of track that you drive for a little bit and then that's it. It's fun for like a one-off race, but it's not fun to spend it to always be driving. Yeah, I think the grass is quite bouncy. Well, it's just a very... It's a sort of all over the place game, isn't it? Because it's... Yeah, you know... It's tried to run before it can walk. Which is a problem that a lot of sims have. Project Cars 1 and 2, just they tried to do too much, without doing anything particularly amazing. So like, I think with racing sims or simulators in general, you need to be able to do the most basic thing to a really, really high level before you start adding in more stuff. So like with a flight sim, you need to be able to have like perfect weather condition, stall mechanics, force feedback, you know, for like a nice pace. Like, you need to be able to do that before you start adding in like crazy weather systems and and like loads of different planes, and you know. So it's the same with driving sims. There's no point having like a billion different cars, loads of car systems, weather, different time of day, all this stuff, if your basic perfect weather slick tyre is a bit weird. you need to do that first. You need to be at like Assetto Corsa 1 levels of force feedback and tyre before you then start doing rain and day night, and you know. So it's the same with like iRacing. They've not got, their physics are not on the level of R Factor 2 or AC 1. So it's a bit weird doing rain and stuff. It's like you need to get the dry driving to be on a level with the best sim that's currently out there. Yeah, I think you can have fun with this. The AI's good, VR's nice. It's much better to drive than Gran Turismo and Forza. Oh, here we go, look. Bonk. Yeah, it's good fun. It's hard. It is definitely hard though when you with Sims. You're going to obviously make the comparison between this and the fact that AC exists. So you'll be like, well, if you're doing hosted games and you're doing VR and the AI, it makes sense. But if you've got AC set up and you do LFM, it's hard to then, you know, you'd be like, well, why bother? But yeah. If you like single player racing with AI, this is probably the best sim for most people for AI racing. Decky with the win. Thomas second. Clemens third. MXL Joe fourth. Eric fifth. Nismo sixth. Creamy Corn Cob seventh. Edward in eighth. Zabanya in ninth. Do another race. I'm living on the limit. Right. Let's see if we can have music playing or if this will break. Do you know what it is? It's if you click on another window when you alt tab, then you get a black screen because it doesn't refocus it properly. Even if you do alt enter, let's see. Now the game's crashed. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Well, I'm going to create another server. Such a weird bug. Yeah, I mean, it's simulating concussion very well. I run it in full screen because AMS2 runs better. Well, we can try actually. And now I'm using a dual PC stream setup, so it might be different. But when I was using OBS, it would run better in full screen. Let's try borderless if it. No, we'll see. Give it a go. Definitely think. I'm pretty sure AMS2 runs better in full screen. Yeah, I know, but it runs better in full screen. It is with OBS. We'll see. We'll give it a test. Yeah, for some reason, some games have frame timing issues when you run them in windowed, borderless. Some don't, some do. It depends on the engine. Right, let's host a. Well, first of all, I'm just going to check to see if this works. Then we'll host another session. See how smooth this is. Woo! Who ended winning 2023, Matt Lodge? We've not decided yet. We've got a short list. This might be alright. Yeah, it might just be an OBS issue. Yeah, it looks like the frame time is okay. Oh, cool. I'm going to create another server. Yeah, so it must have just been. I noticed with a bunch of games, if you do window capture or screen capture, and it's not consistent, it causes frame timing issues with some titles and not others, and sometimes full screen, sometimes windowed. It's like you're just trolled. Even if you're like not overwhelming it, it's just to do with like how it hooks into it. Right now I'm using a separate streaming computer. I'm using a Elgato Pro PCIe 60 capture. It does 4K 60, but I'm using a splitter. A 1:4 splitter, so it's a 4K 120 hertz splitter, and it's what it does is it's splitting the signal from a graphics card into 4 ports, but it's also got a downscaler built into that splitter, so I downscale to 1080p 120, which then works with the Elgato 4K, because the Elgato 4K can't do 4K 120, but it can do 1080p 120. And then another port goes to the monitor at 4K 120. So it's I'm using a splitter, a downscaler, capture card, and a separate computer for the most convoluted. But it seems to work really well if you're going to do 120, 4K 120, but Media just this month, or last month, October, released a new PCIe 4K 144 hertz pass-through PCIe capture card, and I'm in the process of hopefully them sending me one to review. Yeah, my mic's mono because it's a microphone. You don't need stereo. like it's a single microphone. I mean, I could have 2 microphones and then have positional stereo mic audio, but it's on my face. So what you probably mean by when you say is your mic stereo, people have a condenser mic and they move around and it gets louder and quieter. but because I'm not an idiot, I use a head-mounted microphone, so it always stays the same level. Genius. Amazing that. It's almost as if you're going to do something active, you would use head-mounted microphones. It's almost like that's been established. Yeah, and then you, but I do output the mic as if it's mono, but I mirror it to 2 channels. This is the Mod Mic 5, which Antline Audio no longer make, unfortunately. Their best mic, they stopped making the best mic because people are stupid and they didn't realise. I mean, Antline Audio was not getting the same sales on it, even though it does have a better microphone in it. But people are dumb and they want wireless microphones. And it's like, well, but if you're getting a wireless microphone, you wouldn't go for a mod mic. You would go for something totally different. It's, oh, God, it's so stupid. I mean, business makes sense. Antline Audio have really good monitoring earplugs as well. So I can't really blame Antline. The problem is, people are dumb. It's so stupid how industry has to cater to how moronic people are. Because even if a company does the right thing, without really marketing it, your average person won't get it and they won't get the sales, and so things have to be shitter to sell more. Well, that's because this is the Mod Mic 5, which is a pretty good microphone. Also, any microphone that you put close to your mouth will sound good. Also, this is plugged into a Go XLR, which I've EQ'd. I'll show you my EQ. We'll do another server in a second, guys. So, so we just EQ it quite aggressively. So the bass has been turned up. Then the mid-range has been turned down a lot, and then this sort of high tone here is a bit higher to give it a bit more crispy, but not too much sibilance from the high. Also knocking that down removes some noise. This works out as a good EQ setting for sort of relatively flat microphones. Although the mod mic's reasonably bassy. The mod mic is kind of like quite bassy, kind of flat-ish, goes down a bit, and then has it like a peak. It's not a totally flat microphone. So you can EQ in it like this, makes it sound more like a. Well, John, does the mic sounds good though? That's the thing. You have to do whatever you have to do. This is from like me spending hours trial and erroring everything and then listening to it and finding out what gets like the nicest sound out of this microphone. No, so the telephone thing is not from the... So the Mod Mic 5 has a lot more dynamic range to it than the other mod mics. The other mod mics do sound like a telephone. The breath duck, that's because I don't breathe. I'm actually dead. I've played so many driving sims. There's no right, I think I had some weird. So look, this is also Go XLR's a bit weird. So like the noise gate is like this is like the dumbest noise gate you would ever have. Doesn't make any sense. The compressor as well doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, but it's fine. It works. Yeah, so the thing that I don't like personally is I don't like really audibly compressor because I'm really sensitive to hearing it, and I'd rather have a continued audio level and me control my voice. If you've got mic on your face, it doesn't really matter as well. Like, you know, you're not going to be moving further and closer. Well, the compressor doesn't work too well. It's weird, Thomas. It does work, but it's a bit weird. It doesn't work like you would expect it to, I don't think. But the quality, the Go XLR is great for what it is. You wouldn't use a Go XLR in a professional studio, but you could do, and no one would notice. And I mean, like Steve's still using a Go XLR. I've used this for ages. It's for this use, it's great. The thing with any piece of hardware, audio hardware, is so you have prosumer and actual professional hardware, where a large part of it is that everything works how you would expect it to work for the most part if you were trained in the industry and you'd use loads of other equipment and you've got standard equipment, other equipment. It all works fairly consistently, like, well, that's going to do that and that's going to do that, and you'll know what it'll do from experience. That's normally what you get with like the top pro stuff, and it'll, you know, so it's pretty good to get very good results out of it. Whereas with stuff like the Go XLR, it doesn't work how you'd expect it to work. You have to fiddle with it shitloads, but it does actually, you can still get a good result with it that's perfectly fine, and you just have to learn its own thing. No, I did that. I created, just put T as I put numbers or T, because otherwise you end up with the same, it messes up if you keep using the same server name. It's like a Madness Engine issue. So I just put random words next to it. Right, what track should we do? But I mean that is the kind of thing I do, Famous Geezer. you are correct in that is very likely something I would do. Where should we go to? Well, I think the thing that the Go XLR has, it's got a good, it's not a high quality amp, but it delivers a good amount of power to microphones. So, has this got a Bungaro ring? Nah, there's no Bungaro ring in this. Pointless. Why bother? What's the point if you don't have Bungaro ring? How does it stack to AMS2, to GT7? GT7's got more of an understeery characteristic to it, and is less direct and more muted, but GT7 plays better with a gamepad. GT7 has active online racing, but it's a bit more laggy. I think AMS2 on balance is better, but GT7 makes more sense as a game. This handles better. Both GT7 and this have kind of weird handling. I think we should do so. Let's try Daytona. There we go. Let's do that with this. Just do 4 laps and then. There we go.
Okay, let's go.
How do you do summer? What would be there we go. July. It's a date that's not even happened. There we go. If that should make the track warmer. Right, let's give this a go. You were unable to find a car you like driving in this game. No, I mean they all feel like AMS2 cars, so they all have that kind of the downforce is really strong, and the downforce at speed is quite bitey, but not with all the cars, but with downforce cars. But then they're really at low speed. All the cars have very overactive rear on the throttle, and the cars are all kind of a bit rotating in the center, and the weight, it doesn't feel like there's any weight transfer. There might be, it might be simulated, but it doesn't feel like there is, or it's not obvious. So You know, I mean, if you're used to like R Factor 2, AC and I racing, AMS2 is sort of a bit. It's its own thing. It's its own thing. You know. The reason to play AMS2, if you're someone that already plays AC or other sims, would be the AI. If you have a VR headset and you want to do a race with a bunch of random AI on whatever tracks and cars they've got in here, the AI is quite fun and challenging to try and race against. But otherwise, I mean, you know, if you wanted to actually feel what it's like to drive, then you'd be better off with R Factor 2 and AC, and then just do R Factor 2 ranked racing or AC's ranked racing. The graphics are nice in this as well. Look, it looks really good in VR. Yeah, I mean, it looks nice on my screen as well. Cup of tea in the original Game of Muscle mug that we never sold. Oh, no, I actually think one person bought one. By the way, guys, we have available.
This video is sponsored by the 3DFX Voodoo 2 graphics card. 8 megabytes of RAM, 100 megahertz of processing power, 800 by 600 maximum supported resolution, SLI for double the speed. Your PC won't ever need more power. The Voodoo 2. No longer available.
Right, we're sponsored by these. You can get Game of Muscle's shirt modelled by Little Belino. You can get a shirt that's a gender neutral shirt. Boys, girls, men, women, whatever. It doesn't matter. Everyone can invest in a Game of Muscle shirt if you want to be socially distanced. We also have a mug available. Look at that. You can get one of those. A fantastic receptacle of drinks. You could balance it on your head. You could fit a tennis ball in the top of it. You could do anything with it, really. It's pottery. What else do we have? That's it. That's all we've got. There we go. That Voodoo 2 advert makes me want to play Half-Life 1. I was playing Half-Life 1 ray tracing. It's so good.
Car is out of control.
Unaffected communique. Hello. I'll tell you what. I was playing on the Steam Deck. What's that game where you've got perspective that's different? You can. What's it called? You make stuff bigger and smaller. And it's all like wonky. What's it called? Someone know the name of it. Like you have objects that you if you put them further away they're big, and then you go close and then you can change the size of them and you can warp things around. Ah, you don't know. What's it bloody called? Hang on. Steam game with perspective, first person. It's called... Got it! It's called Superliminal. Superliminal. I'm well good at Google searching. Steam game with perspective, first person. And it was the first thing that came up. Superliminal. Really good. Spelled Superliminal. It's really... I've played it for about an hour. And it's fun. It's kind of a bit portally feeling. It's really good fun. Gives you a bit of a headache, but yeah, it's good. I've enjoyed it. It's no real shooting though. It's a puzzle game. It's a walking sim for nerds. Yeah, it kind of feels like a mixture between Stanley Parable, Portal sort of thing. That's what's going on with it. It's good though. It's a really good game on the Steam Deck actually, because it's the kind of game where I wouldn't want to sit at a computer and play it, but I quite happily play it on my Steam Deck. Yeah, well, I don't think the title of it really helps. What is it with people that make games naming stuff in a way that's not helpful? Oh my god, the Jesus Christ, the camera in this game. What? I like. How is it that you can have a mod for AC that can handle bank corners perfectly fine? What on earth is that about? Tilt and then it's like, oh no, we'll react to it. There needs to be a separate roll value in this game. Separate roll and pitch filter. What an... It's just, yeah, there's some weird shit in this game. Some really weird shit, like, why did that happen? Well, I could change the camera to the other one, but it's still... The problem is they both make me motion sick in different ways. Yeah, I mean, the physics in this are so fucking stupid at times. I know that was because we spun the rears up on the throttle, but it's like... Oh, it's such a weird... It's so weird how this works. Oh my god, this is even worse, this car. What is... Like, what? Yeah, it's because at low speed the cars are like hyper rotating on the throttle, which is a Project Cars 2 issue. I mean, let's turn this down here and then put less filtering on it. It'll be more bumpy, but what? Like, what is this camera? What? Look at that! Yeah, that's fantastic. What? Oh my god! Like, it's just so ridiculous. Either people either have it locked, or you have to have a load of bumping, but it's still got arbitrary roll on it. Come on. It's like they're trying to make people motion sick. Let's try that. Oh my god, that's even worse. Oh no, here we go. Okay, it's gone into the banking. What? Yeah, I can't drive this. I can't drive this track. Sorry guys. It's like, either you'd have to have it, you'd have to have it locked to the car. What it is that there's an arbitrary recovery time for the roll, and then the pitch is linked into it to some arbitrary level as well. It's the worst way of doing it. It's crap. Yeah, I don't know if I can play anymore because I'll get motion sick. I tell you what, I host a server on a flat track. It's weird that they don't seem to see it as an issue. Like, I guess a lot of people just play with the camera locked to the car so they wouldn't notice. Silverstone. We'll just stick to flat tracks. Okay. Let's go. The Porsche Cup car, yeah, it's awesome. I'm using the Moza R12 at the moment. What? Jacqueline Piera, please try full force feedback, custom force feedback. Nah, like the force feedback's fine. The default game force feedback's fine. AMS2's always had pretty good force feedback. Like, it's you can always feel what the car's doing. I don't have a sim magic, no. You can't fix the game's physics with force feedback. I mean, you can definitely make a game feel worse with bad force feedback. And good force feedback's good force feedback, so why not? But you can't. No force feedback is going to make a car not do whatever it does due to the physics engine. Yeah, but Jacqueline, the default force feedback's fine. I've used custom force feedback files with other wheels that are basically the same wheelbase to make a difference. Right. Oh, no. It's, it's weird that the pedals don't work when you go into that setting. What do you mean try it? I've tried. There's nothing wrong with the game's default force feedback, and I've played the game with different force feedback, and I like. You can feel what the car's doing with the default force feedback, so it doesn't really matter. Like, yeah, I'm not saying that. Like, other force feedback, you might like how it feels, but it's irrelevant. It's like AC has different force feedback to iRacing, or so in the case of ACC, there's no dynamic range to the force feedback, so it genuinely really makes the sim not fun to play. So in that scenario, having different force feedback using like an AccuForce wheel makes sense because it adds a bit more dynamic range to it. But in the case of AMS2, I'm not a shit. Right, I'm banning you. I'm going to ban you for being an idiot. Right, time out. 5-minute time out. I don't accept people being stupid in chat. So, if you can feel what a car's doing in a game, whatever the force feedback is, then it doesn't matter what the force feedback feels like. That's all that matters, that you can feel what it's doing. So yeah, you could change it. You could use lock files. You could use an AccuForce wheel and change the force feedback. If you can feel what the car's doing, it doesn't matter. You don't need to change it. You could add more rumble. You could do whatever. As long as you pass the point of I can feel what the car's doing. It'd be like if you have a hi-fi. We're listening to music, right? You can EQ music to be more or less bassy to your to your preference, right? You can EQ it, but if you can hear all the instruments and the song clearly, well, yeah, you can EQ it if you want to. It will make it sound different, but as long as you can hear every instrument, for the sake of going, oh, what does each instrument sound like, you're fine. And the bog standard built-in force feedback in AMS2 is way more detailed than ACC, way more detailed than iRacing. You know, you can feel what the car's doing perfectly fine. And yeah, you can completely customize the force feedback in AMS2. I have gone through a whole bunch of custom force feedback files and messed around with it myself, so I don't know why you would assume that we wouldn't. I know, I think what happens is, it's exactly like the iRacing thing, where when I would say, oh, the physics are a bit weird at the limit, and then someone goes, oh, it's your wheel rotation, or it's your force feedback settings, or it's your field of view. And it's like, no, I've got over 10,000 hours of sim racing experience. I know pretty easily what's going on, like, you know. It's not some like it's a seat position, mate. It's a volume level. I actually had a message from someone. They were like, oh, when you increase the field of view, you get more grip. And I'm like, what on earth are you on? It's like, okay, if you change the field of view, it can feel more or less grippy, because a lower field of view will make left and right rotation more prominent, so that'll make it feel more grippy. But it hasn't changed the grip. You're just noticing the rotation. Well, if you make it really high field of view, it'll feel like less like you. But it's not changed the grip. Like, no, it was genuine. They were like, wouldn't stop talking about it. I'm like, oh Christ Almighty. Yeah. So I don't know. But yeah, the default force feedback in AMS2 is perfectly fine. Not that you couldn't get better force feedback or more detailed or different force feedback with custom force feedback. I'm not saying that. Well, the worrying thing is, right, at least 10% of the population are genuinely not very bright in an overall sense. Like, they just genuinely really can't connect the dots. They can't understand stuff at all. And the problem is, they don't necessarily know that. And obviously you shouldn't treat someone as if they're stupid, and you know, but you have to be aware that there are a lot of people that are actually really not very bright. Still be nice. No, it doesn't mean they're bad people, but it does mean that when you're on the internet, you have to keep in mind that it's possible that when someone's talking to you or messaging you, I'm not saying it's bad to do it in our chat, or I'm just saying this is a general thing. When you look at like Twitter and like online comments and messages and things, you have to remember that some people are complete morons and aren't worth the time of you even thinking about what they type. Like flat earthers, for example. Right, worth the time if you're interested. But you know, if you've given someone a good reason about something, or you point them to it, like unfortunately, some people lack the capacity to understand abstraction in the slightest. Like I was watching something. They gave an example. I can't remember. It's like a comedian or something, but they gave an example of you could ask them a hypothetical. So you could say, they have breakfast, and you say, what if you had a baguette for breakfast? What if you had a full English breakfast instead of a bowl of cereal? They don't have the intellectual capacity to be able to hypothetically imagine what a full English breakfast would be like over cereal and how that might make them feel, or even play around with that as a joke, or like, you know, they can't. All they can understand is what's literally happening at this very second to them. This really explains. It's a really good explanation for this aspect on the internet of some people that are really, really offended when stuff's like they don't get jokes at all because they can only understand completely literal stuff. So when someone makes a joke that's like, well, like Little Britain sketch, like that sketch in the airport with the guy that's he's like, oh, you got the racist British guy that's trying to like insinuate that he's not from Britain, but it turns out the guy that's the worker at the airport, he's like, oh, he likes he's does not all the British stuff, more British than the person that's insinuating he's not British. The joke is on the person being racist, not on the character that's acting as if they're like a British Asian or something. But they can't understand that. All they see is like, oh, it's an actor that's wearing makeup. That's racist. It's like, it's not, because you don't understand it. You're so dumb. That sketch is so good because it absolutely highlights the racism and the irony of being British, and it is actually probably one of their better sketches, and actually highlights actual racism very clearly, like realistic racism. And the fact that people then miss it and then think it's directly racist just shows you how stupid people are. So, yeah, this is the problem, and businesses want to appeal to everybody because they don't want to potentially lose money from having people say that what they've said is offensive, or, you know, ironically, they will do that. You know, there'll be like a company that kills loads of people by sponsoring wars, or they will lobby the government and not help with wealth inequality. But that's okay. But they'll they won't want to be superficially called out and stuff. So they'll appeal to like the most literal, anodyne, stupid view of things. So it gives these idiots a platform. So, oh dear, yeah. And the problem is on the internet. So in person, let's say you happen to be talking to someone that's a little bit dim, Tim Nice but dim. You would notice in person, you'd be like, oh, clearly they don't get it. So you'd be like, oh, I need to explain things more clearly, or, you know, they just don't understand that, or, oh yeah, maybe they're just not that bright for certain stuff. Whatever. It's not a bad thing. It doesn't mean they're a bad person. But you would know instantly. You would have loads of social cues for you to go, oh, they don't get it. So if they complain about this thing, they you know, or you know that they don't understand certain things. But on the internet, people don't see that, so they treat everything as if it's come from someone that's made a well-rounded view. Yeah, I think it's Harry Enfield. Tim Nice but dim. Porter Pearson. Yeah, no, people do have different competencies, and yeah, it will sound like someone saying, "Oh, but that's why I specifically said it doesn't judge a person," and I'm specifically talking about people that are just very dim. And there are a lot of people that you know, everyone has different knowledges or you know, is good at certain things and worse at other things, but there is a percentage of people that genuinely just don't have the intellectual capacity to really understand stuff. like basic stuff. As I said, like that. I gave a good example. I mean, come on. It's not general. It's not even general knowledge. It's just an ability to not see things completely literally. You know, but I'm not calling Down syndrome people stupid. Where have you got this from? What? Are you one of these idiots, Porter person, that can't understand the actual context of a conversation? Where are you going? Like, what is wrong with you? You're in the fact that you've just ignored the entire context of what was said. I lathered it in multiple times. I explained that not everyone is stupid. I also said it doesn't matter if someone's necessarily stupid or not particularly bright. They can still be a nice person. And then you've ignored the entire context, and now you started putting Down syndrome people into the conversation as if it's relevant. It's not relevant at all. And then you've almost, by you saying, oh, they're nice people, it's like you insinuating that I was saying that Down syndrome people aren't. So what is going on? Like, that's not how you have a conversation. Are you insane? This is the problem with the internet, is you could say something, you can very clearly explain what you're saying multiple times, contextualise it, and then someone will just ignore that and go, oh, are you saying this? Hang on, why are you getting to inbreeding? That's not even related to... Inbreeding is not related to... Well, I guess there are... That is related to people having mental issues, but it's not related to Down syndrome. Porter Pearson, you write like a drunk. It's all over the place. I'm not taking you seriously. I just don't. I can't take you seriously. I don't know what you're saying. It's like you're banging your forehead on the keyboard. Right, we're too. Wait, why no one's joining this server? This is why you got to rename the servers. High FF during inbreeding. What's that royal family like? Well, probably the royal family, but there was there's a famous. Was it like a French royal family where they were inbreeding for so long? They all had like big chins and like deformed faces and stuff, and they were a bit weird. I think so. I think these are free cars for a while. Hepsburg. That's what happened to me. I'm a result of inbreeding. That's why my nose sticks out so much. That's why I would have hair. It's not. Is it recessed chins? I don't know. It's something. There's a certain genetic thing that happens. Well, you know, if you're the royal family, you wouldn't want to ruin your bloodline, would you? Wasn't was it Mary, Queen of Scots, or was it Anne Boleyn? I don't know. One of them was supposed to be a bit inbred. Sharply jutting jaws, bulbous lower lips, and long noses. Ah, just like iRacers. Coincidence? This distinctive Hasberg jaw, otherwise known as the iRacing jaw. A new analysis published in the Annals of Human Biology finds most likely resulted from inbreeding or being unable to detect broken tyre models. I don't know. Right. They're probably still finishing that other bloody race. I wonder how much inbreeding do you have to do to get the jaw like really far out? Like, is there a limit? Can you keep inbreeding until you've got like an elephant like nose of a jaw? So you're dragging your jaw along the floor. Open the door, get on the floor, drag your jaw. Open the door. Drag your jaw along the floor. I don't know, there's somewhere. Open the door with your jaw. Two generations of inbreeding. Ah. Hang on. So what if it was a guy inbreeds with their sibling, and then their sibling has a child, and then they have a child with their child? Does that count as two generations? That would have happened in the royal families. They love that kind of stuff. I just want to know how you get the longest jaw possible. It's like an Xbox achievement. Jaw unlocked. Is that 4 generations? Ow! He's been inbreeding. That's going to be the fastest way of doing it though, isn't it? If it's the person's sibling and then their sibling's daughter, and then maybe the daughter's daughter, so they have a children with they have a child with their child, and then their grandchild, and then their great grandchild. That's got to cause maximum jaw. Oh dear. That's commitment to inbreeding. That it's probably happened. It will have happened for sure. At what point, maybe you can get to a point where a person is just a jaw, nothing else, just a jaw. Ah, I need baby jaw, and they could be called Jaws, and you can make a film about them, and everyone would be expecting a film about a fish, but actually it's a film about inbreeding. Make millions at the box office. No, David Coulthard's just got... He's just David Coulthard's just a PlayStation 1 character, that's all. He was born with a low poly head. Save on rendering time, it allows him to drive faster. That's how that works. Well, I couldn't afford to license NVIDIA Hairworks. That's what's going on with my my hair. Also, when your hair's as short as mine, you don't need any advanced physics. It's just a texture. Yeah, do you know what? AMS2 still has the thing of you use the throttle to basically stabilize the car. You like drive into the corner overly aggressive, and you feel like, oh, I should really use the brake, or I should turn more, whatever, you know. But actually, you just use the throttle, and it bites in on the throttle. It's that same Project Cars 2 way of driving. The meta, it's calmed down though. It's not as ridiculous, but the full hair file, yeah. I've heard that totally transforms how your head looks. Oh, not sure what happened there. Yeah, it's like... So in other sims, if you were to get on the throttle, like you're doing this, it would cause the rear to lose grip and you'd spin out. I know we got TC, but even so, let's turn the TC off. It's like you basically just want to gun the throttle and counter steer out of the corner. Yeah, rather than like trail braking into the corner properly, you kind of just want to smash the throttle. It's still the same. Still the same old Project Cars 2. Oh. At least these cars are more grippy, which is nice. Right, what do we do now? I think we have a break now. I mean, that was good fun. You can host a game. What did he say? Oh no! Did Mitch have a? Did he have a Hoya? Should we jump into AC and give it a go? Has he uninstalled it? That's not a nice thing to do. Right, let's jump into AC. What were we just driving the LMDH? Is there an LMDH for AC? Let's have a search. I'll create a server quickly. We've got LMP3. Let's do Road America.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Then what cars LMP what LMD8? We don't really have any LMD8. Oh, we do. We got a shit mod. Here we go. We'll get them. We'll just put them on.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Categories. Yeah, what have we got here? Prototype. I mean, that's just LMP. Can we have a dodgy mod one from LFM servers? Hang on, what's this? Oh, that's LMP3. What's this one? That's LMP1, isn't it? I don't know what the Showcase mod is. What's a... Right, we need to find a mod. I'm just going to Google rando mod. LMDH Assetto Corsa mod. Whatever comes up. Is a free one? Here we go. What's this? I want to just download a bloody car. Porsche. Right. AC mod. They're the best goals. Oh, here we go. Assetto World. Is Assetto World like a virus website? I feel like downloading from Assetto World will get us a virus. I don't know. Oh, hang on, here we go. Here we go, race department's got one. But I'll paste the link on YouTube chat. But what is this? Is this just skins? This isn't their car, is it? I know it is. Here we go. I know it's just skins. Hello, Counter Debate. The 993. Yeah, I know. I can't find it though. It's not coming up. Oh, maybe the filter's wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I've downloaded this AMS2 Porsche, which is probably a virus. Let's see. I mean, my Windows deleted it immediately, so it didn't trust it. Ah, you're a cod. Right, someone find a bloody. Here we go. Here we go. Porsche hypercar. Right, where do you actually bloody download it though? Why are some websites such a mess to actually find files? No, I just want to get a free mod. I want to do a direct comparison with a freebie. Oh, where's this bloody car? Why is there no download link for this car? I can't find it. I need just any hypercar. If any of you guys have a link to any LMDH car for Assetto Corsa, any will do. I am logged in already. You sent a link. Where? I didn't see the link. Where's that link? I didn't see the link. Links don't display, do they? You whispered it. Well, I can't hear whispers, can I? Right, here we go. What is this? GT Planet. Why do GT Planet hosting this? So this is a totally rando. Totally rando. Totally rando hypercar. Mod. Let's see how this compares to a AMS2. Right, here we go. We're installing. Should we put? We'll put the Porsche on. Yeah. Well, we're gonna try a hypercar in AC to compare it to AMS2 just to see for the sake of it. Why not? 963. Porsche 963. There we go. So if you download that link, I'll post it on I posted it in the chat on YouTube. Right, server's up. Yeah, those are old cut. Those are prototypes. We're after the new ones. go. Servers up. See what happens. Oh no! I accidentally tried to launch in VR. We didn't want that. Whoops. Forgot. Wrong settings. Wrong video setting there. Well, AMS2, yeah, it's alright. It's just AMS2, isn't it? It's alright. There we go. Settings. Right, there we go. Oh, it's always game changing. Because I don't have my VR headset turned on. So it was just the game, you know, the AC mode. Right, here we go. Totally random. First LMDH mod we could find on the internet, on Tinternet. Let's see how it compares. See. Well, the cockpit texture's nice. Mirror. See. Right. Bloody hell, strong force feedback. Alright. I'm gonna break my fingers off. Calm down. Turn that down a bit. It's a lot grippier. A lot more biting. It's got this is less downforce, it feels like, than AMS2. I mean, that could be set up. This is just default setup, so this handles quite like the LMP3 car, actually. I mean, this. Okay, so this is a totally free. This is just a totally free rando mod. This doesn't drive any worse than the AMS2 cars. Doesn't particularly sound any worse, or any. I mean, it doesn't sound amazing either. But it's like, what? This is like totally fine. And then, you know, it's a little bit more controllable. It's not doing any weird stuff at low speed. It actually has a similar. Was it ripped out? Was it really? That's really funny. It has a similar has a similar character of it not wanting to turn. The LMP3 car thing, there seems to be a thing with like LMP3 in iRacing, AC, AMS2. These types of cars don't like to turn. You're joking. It'd be funny if it was though. This hooks up more on the brake. But it's not that. I mean, the general envelope, apart from like the grip levels, I mean, it makes sense for this to drive like an LMP3 car. Just faster. This definitely is less slidey than the AMS2 and MDH. And the trail, this car responds better to trail braking, or like when you brake, you can nose the front of the car in easier. The front hooks up nicely on the brake. I think that's probably the main thing in AMS2. The two things in AMS2 that stand out as a bit wonky to me with the LMDH cars, and generally just the physics in general, is the throttle is like really overactive and fires the back of the car out, and then it hooks up like really aggressively on the throttle, and then on the brake, it's like the car's reluctant for the nose to want to bite in on the brake. Like the amount of oversteer that you get from throttle in AMS2 feels completely out of whack with how the rest of the vehicle handles. Also, in AMS2, the amount of grip at speed versus the amount of grip at low speed, obviously you've got downforce as you go faster, but how unhinged the cars are at low speed is really weird. The trail braking feels a lot more natural in this as well. So like, this is rewarding me for being really precise and smooth on the trail braking, and then trying to maximise the trail braking for the grip that's available. Whereas AMS2, it feels like there's a lack of range whilst braking, like it's sort of a bit abrupt in terms of where the limit is for the, and then it doesn't bite, and then the front doesn't bite in on braking either, so, but it hooks up on the throttle. So like, you might as well just come off the brake early and then just get on the throttle, because the car will turn in on the throttle. Whereas with this, if I get on the throttle like I would in AMS2, like now, it's just going to induce understeer, as you'd expect. So this definitely is a lot tamer to drive. We need to do some supercar racing in AC with subs, that'd be good fun. Interestingly, the this locks up in a fairly similar way to how the AMS2 one locks up. Like these cars really don't like much steering input whilst braking. Same in iRacing actually. Like they really want you to be like not putting much steering input in, and then braking and making sure you got the speed off. Whereas if you try and turn too much, the rears will just lock whilst you're braking, or the yeah, you just understeer. That seems to be like the same across all the sims actually though. Maybe that's just what these types of cars are like. Maybe it's to do with wheel geometry. Maybe I don't know. These are quite small cars, but maybe they're quite long. I don't know. That's really the LMP3s are like that. They really don't like you to do much steering input in the sims. I don't know what it's like with in real life. It's quite interesting. Yeah, we're done. Yeah, we did the GT3 and stuff, and yeah, it's all right. I think if you're racing against AI with VR and you're not, AMS2 doesn't drive as good as AC or AC1 or R Factor 2, but if you want to just do some racing against AI or quick server, nice graphics, it's all right. Oh, the camera thing's horrendous. But, yeah, it's okay. It's fine. It's all right. Do some CS. Okay, I'll do some CS. Okay, Yoko, I'll jump onto CS. Give me 15 minutes. We'll have to do some CS. Right. I will do. Maybe that can be another stream. We can try them out. Right. Yeah, thanks for watching and joining this stream, guys. It was good fun. We played through all the new content in AMS2. The track was really nice, actually. We had some good racing. Netcode and stuff was all right, yeah. Well, let's raid someone on Twitch. It was a fun stream. I only wanted to do. We're just doing a small stream today. A typical 5-hour. Like that's what most people would be. That'd be their full length stream. This is a short stream for me. Oh, Smilerball's live. Sim Gamer Nerd is live. Paul's playing bloody Skylines 2. Muradness is playing Filthy Eye Racing. Why is he doing Daytona? Is there a Daytona race going on? What's he driving? LMP2 with Daytona? That's quite fun. Quirk's playing iRace. Why are they all on... I know. Why are these people are all on iRacing? What's wrong with them? Sim Gamer Nerd. Mitchie Hoya. Oh, everyone's on right now. Let's raid Sim Gamer Nerd. Why is he on Daytona? Is it Daytona 500 or something? 24 hours of Daytona soon. Order! Right, let's raid Sim Gamer Nerd because he's a fellow Baldy, and we met him in real life actually. He's good, nice guy. No, it's a bit of a waste to raid people with just one view unless they're like actually interacting and chatting. It's just a waste. It's wasted on them. It's good raiding people with like 30, 40 viewers because that means they're normally actually a streamer that talks and interacts with people. But and then viewers will actually hang around, so it's not wasting everyone's time. Sometimes, if you find a really good streamer with just one viewer, you've got to start somewhere, so it can be nice to raid them, but I think raiding people with like 30 viewers is good. Right, let me send you to Sim Gamer Nerd. Really nice guy. Really do recommend following him. He's really chilled out actually as well. Let me raid him. And streamers with one viewer, people no. I've never only had one viewer, so I wouldn't know. I've always had over 30 viewers, unless I'm playing Counter-Strike. So I've never been a one viewer peasant. I've always had crowds of mostly hot women watching, to be honest. Right, Sim Gamer Nerd, sending you off to him. Really nice guy. Worth following. His streams, like, he's chilled out. If you like relaxing streams. For some reason he's a pixel on there. I don't know what's going on there. Thanks for watching, guys. Really appreciate all the subs and the follows. We're gonna update the names on the left as well soon. Have a good night, everybody. No, my first ever live stream, we had like 50 viewers. Because I was you know, just already a legend by default. It was me loading up 50 tabs. Don't tell anyone that though. Nobody needs to know that. That's my technique for success on the internet. Load up tabs, tab skills. Right, bye Twitch people. Right. Bye YouTube people. In a second, as we turn all this off. That was a good fun stream. I think it's quite fun. It's always fun trying out updates. Did the raid work? There we go. It did. Nice. I'll see you guys on YouTube soon. Thanks for watching. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a cup of tea. Goodbye.